Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku became Green Devil and built a harem? Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is The Green Flame by Pitch_Black_Night. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. 10 years ago, the Midoriya family was your picture-perfect family. A mother who was a pro-hero, a father who looked after the kids, two adorable 3-year-old twins. They lived a good life. Until one day, Hisashi was killed by a villain. The kids cried, but not as much as Inko. She felt anguish and extreme guilt for not being able to protect her husband. She felt like a failure, as a hero and as a wife. 5 months later, Inko remarried to Toshinori Yagi, a blonde man of average height, less than average body mass and sky-blue eyes. He was a kind, humorous and humble man who got along greatly with the kids, and helped Inko realize she is not at fault for what happened to her late husband. Sometimes, not everyone can be saved. It's part of being a hero. It took some time, but they put the pieces back together. The Yagi family was happy. 1 year later, a 4-year-old Izuku was standing still in the middle of the living room, looking at the framed photos of his deceased father, Hisashi Midoriya, and his stepdad's teacher and mother figure, Nana Shimura. Izuku held a great resemblance to Hisashi. His hair was more of his father's black than his mother's green, and in the same wavy bush as his father. Unlike his sister, Izuku talked their father's picture as if he could communicate with him. As soon as he learned how to write, he wrote about the good memories he has with his old man to make sure he wouldn't forget. As for the person who could have been his grandmother, Toshinori told him stories about her being a great hero, someone he hopes to live up to. Hi Dad, hi Grandma. Izumi and I are gonna learn what quirks we have today. We're gonna become sibling heroes and make you proud. Just you watch. As Izuku finished talking to his family members, Izumi came and dragged her brother out the house. Come on, Izuku. I want to find out what quirk I got. Izuku nearly stumbled over his sister's eagerness. He was excited, too, but this was something important to him. Oh okay. Bye Dad, bye Grandma, he said. They're just pictures, they can't hear you, silly. Izumi finally got him out the door and into the car. After the hospital visit, Izuku's world was shattered. Izumi was blessed with the same quirk as her mother, practically making her predestined to be a great hero. Meanwhile, Izuku had nothing. He was quirkless, as the doctor put it. Among the 20% of people who never developed a power, that was when things went off the rails for the boy. His sister was praised by their parents, and he received looks of pity and dismissal. Izuku tried to be happy for Izumi, but it was hurting him inside that he was overshadowed by her. As if being quirkless made them see him differently. Izuku went to sleep apologizing to his father and grandmother for being a disappointment. Kindergarten things at school were somehow worse than home. While Katsuki and Izumi were put on the pedestal of gifted children, Izuku was mocked and made fun of by everyone in class. Even his friend and sister joined in, saying he'd never be as great as them. It was like a blade to his heart. To have the two people closest to him turn their backs for something out of his control. Middle school, 2nd year. All right, we're about halfway through the school year, and it's about time for you kids to consider your futures. The teacher said with a stack of papers. His students were only paying half attention, except for one who was writing down notes on heroes he encountered on the street. I could pass out a bunch of boring career questionnaires. But what for? He threw the papers and the students began using their quirks carelessly. All but 3. I know you all want to become heroes. Hey Teach, a smug blonde with his feet on his desk piped up. Don't get these extras' hopes up, else they'll think they have a shot at the big leagues like us. The moss ball next to him leaning in her seat had a smirk just as cocky. Sad to say, but most of the quirks here are only good enough for D-list heroes. Katsuki Bakugo and Izumi Yagi, the most gifted students in their grade. The class outraged at their arrogance, but the pair just dared everyone to fight them to prove their worth. Why are they always like this? Izuku thought as he buried his head in his notebook. The teacher pointed out that because of their impressive test results, that they had a genuine shot at making it to UA, the most prestigious hero school in the country. The room filled with surprised gasps and murmurs, but the pair proudly proclaimed that UA would be lucky to have them. Aiming to surpass All Might and Teleki, they would dominate the hero rankings and be the richest duo of all time. People all across the world would know their names and revere them, And it all starts at UA High. Oh, Izuku. You wanna go to UA, too, huh? Everything was silent except for Izuku shuffling nervously in his seat. The whole class burst into laughter. You must be kidding, right? How's a quirkless kid gonna get into any hero school? Izuku stood up out of his seat. Actually, they got rid of that rule. I could be the first one. Rag. Katsuki released an animalistic growl as he blew up Izuku's desk. As the blast knocked him off his feet, Izumi sent him crashing into the wall at the back of the room. This again? When will you learn? She spat with disdain, looking disgusted and ashamed at her own twin. Listen up, Deku. Katsuki began with the most insidious grin. Just because your stepdad's gonna teach there doesn't change what a hopeless failure you are. You're even worse than the rest of these damn rejects. Think UA would take you in when they could have us. Izuku tried backing away from them, but his back was already against the wall. No. That's not it at all. I know I'm not in your league, but... He looked down at his feet. I've wanted to be a hero since I was little. Like mom and grandma. I can at least try, right? Smoke rose from Bakugo's hands as he and his sister loomed over him. What the fuck kinda delusion do you live in? Fine, go on and try. You'll be remembered as a martyr, that's the best you could hope for. Everyone loomed over him with their quirks like a pack of demons in hell. And the Pomeranian and the Mossball were the pack leaders. Deku looked down with despair in his eyes, trying desperately to tune out the mocking laughter. Defenseless Izuku. It's one thing to want to embarrass this already crappy school, but your family too. Old dad and grandma must be rolling in their graves. A few hours later, after a not-so-terrific morning, Izuku was finishing up some notes on heroes. Midnight, Maruko and Mount Lady. Welp, that's the last of the pages in this volume. Now, what pro am I gonna start this one off with? As Izuku pulled out a fresh forest green notebook, it suddenly went flying into the air and out of his grasp. What have we here, Deku? Izumi mockingly asked with Katsuki and their followers. What is this, your 14th hero notebook? Bakugo asked. Izuku tried reaching for his property, but Izumi just lifted it higher. You're gonna need to go a little higher, Deku. Katsuki said with a sick smirk. Izuku looked at them with horror-filled eyes. Please. Not this again. The heartless faces of his once best friends told him he didn't have a choice. Sighing out his hopes, he stood on his desk and tried to reach for his empty book. Jump for it, Izumi said, making Izuku fall deeper into misery. Here it comes. Izuku jumped off the surface of his table. The moment he did, Katsuki had an explosion waiting to blast him off his footing. Izuku screamed in pain as he landed on the floor in a smoking heap. Ha ha ha. Oh, that never gets old. Katsuki chuckled while wiping a tear from his eye. It got old about 4 years ago. Izuku thought. Can I have it back, now? He asked in a broken-down voice. Izumi and Katsuki smirked evilly as a better idea formed in their heads. She threw the book to Bakugo for him to explode and toss out the window. Why'd I even try? Izuku wondered, hardly even feeling anything at this point. The constant repetition dulled his responses to this torment they loved so much. He just prayed that someday there would be an end to this cycle. The bullies grabbed the rest of their things and walked away, leaving the broken and burned greenette on the floor. Katsuki had some parting words. You know, if you really want to be a hero, there might be a chance for ya. Izuku's ears perked up ever so slightly. Just pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life, and take a swan dive off the roof. Suicide baiting. But that's not nearly as bad as what Izumi said. Kachan, don't tell him that. What if he listens to you? For a brief moment, Izuku's heart beats with a long-forgotten emotion. Imagine how pissed old dad and grandma would be about being stuck with him. Only for his hopes to be shattered once again. The sick punks left, leaving a motionless Izuku still on the floor. After a few minutes of laying still, he got up and grabbed his things. Another day, another burn and bruise to treat, he thought as he left the building. Before doing so, he looked out the window for a concerning amount of time. Maybe next time I'll jump out the window. It's definitely a fast way to escape them. Izuku was glad he hadn't written anything in his new notebook yet. The forest green cover was now covered in gray soot, and most of the pages were all a burnt caramel brown and the ashes on the corners fell off. Ruined before I had a chance to try it, At least they're switching things up. Izuku thought as he took a different route home to avoid the people who hate him most, not that it mattered. Once he got home, he practically didn't exist. While Izumi was the golden child of the Yagi family, Izuku was the cast-off, the black sheep. The outcast of his own family. On rough days like today, or most days really, he has to patch himself up from all the abuse he suffered. If his parents saw, Izumi would tell them he picked a fight and got beat up for attention. That got him something worse than neglect. Unjust punishment. As poor Izuku walked through an underground tunnel, he heard something rumbling beneath his feet. He turned around and saw a living pile of sludge bursting out of the sewer. "Hello, skin suit," he exclaimed before lunging at the petrified child. Izuku tried to flee, but was caught in the villain's body. He tried to scream, but the villain was working his way into Izuku's mouth to control his body like a puppet. "Nothing personal, bud, I just need a disguise to help me skip town. Thanks for being so charitable." Izuku dropped his notebook as he felt himself becoming weaker. Is this really how I leave this world? Well, I just hope you won't be too disappointed. Dad, Grandma. He faded out of consciousness and was ready to face death. The sludge monster continued to force himself into Izuku's body, but something made him stop. He could feel something in the kid pushing back, even though he had gone limp. The force pushed back harder, and as it did the villain felt a mysterious chill up his spine. The hell is this? Where are you, villain? You can't evade the long arm of justice forever. That voice really made the sludge man shiver. I don't have enough time to take over this brat. Oh well, thanks for nothing, you useless runt. He quickly ejected himself out of the boy and retreated back into the sewer. By the time he escaped, a huge mass of muscles arrived to find an unconscious boy. Ake up. Hey, Izuku's eyes fully snapped open. He looked up to see the infamous smile of his idol. Welcome back to the living, my boy. Izuku was starstruck before he immediately shuffled backward to maintain a comfortable distance. All might. He stuttered, too amazed to believe his eyes. The one and only. Apologies, young Izuku, but I've been chasing that dastardly villain all day. I'm sorry I allowed him to cause you harm. You wouldn't be able to tell me where he went, would you? Izuku snapped out of his shock to shake his head. Sorry, I blacked out after he started taking over my body. All Might's smile didn't waver. No sweat, kid, you did your best, and you live to see another day. Ha ha ha, now then, if you'll excuse me. All Might got into a lunge, ready to take off. Wait, please, Izuku called out to him. I have to ask. Can I become a hero even without a quirk? Heartbreak. A feeling that Izuku Yagi knows better than anyone. Except now, it was magnified to a degree he had never known before. He asked his idol, the #1 hero, if it was possible, and it was the same as everyone else. Some villains can't be beat without power. Without a quirk, you'll end up dead. Don't give your family something to worry about. Tears fell freely down his face as he trudged his way home. His face reflected nothing but anguish, pain, apathy. If he were to run into any more villains, he wouldn't put up a fight. Finally, he made it home to his family's large house. When he walked in, he went straight to the family members that didn't make him feel like a burden or a punching bag. Hi Dad, hi Grandma. Today was rough, ruder than usual. I don't know how much more of this I can take. Please keep watching over me. A final tear hit the floor as he finished his prayer. When he went to his room, he passed Inko in the kitchen preparing dinner. She had the day off, so Izuku didn't know why, but for some reason, he felt compelled to try to talk to her. Have a conversation about his day for the first time in years. With almost no hope in his eyes, he went to the kitchen. Hi Mom. Inko was too busy slicing vegetables to notice him. My day was horrible, almost died. Inko stopped what she was doing to look at Izuku. What? Don't just come here and make jokes like that. You know how I feel about the topic of death. She yelled at her son, but she didn't see him as such. I don't know what I was thinking. Izuku muttered to himself. Inko took that in the worst way. Don't tell me you were making trouble for yourself again. Go upstairs. Izuku dragged his feet, wishing he hadn't said anything, wishing he hadn't given her a chance to be a mom to him. He reached his room, if the poorly insulated attic could be called that. The summers were unbearably hot and the winters were freezing cold. It was mostly bare wood that he tried to keep clean, but dust always piled up here. He threw his bag down and plopped on the mattress on the floor. Why'd I have to endure this? What did I ever do to deserve this? Be born? Why won't somebody tell me? I can't keep going like this. Izuku pulled himself up out of his old mattress and saw his burned notebook was out of his bag. He reached for it and opened to the first page. An autograph from All Might. Just when I thought it couldn't get any worse. He tore the page out and was about to throw it away, but something caught his eye. A pen. A thought came to him. He wasn't ready to commit suicide, but he couldn't stay in this house, surrounded by people who hate him any longer. Izuku shook his head, dismissing the thought as stupid. He got dressed in more casual clothes and went down for dinner. Inko, Toshinori and Izumi were eating dinner around the table while Izuku volunteered to wash the dishes. The same scene was playing over again. The Yagi family at the table, chatting, smiling, enjoying each other's company. But Izuku is never at that table. He wishes he at least knew why, even if fixing whatever was wrong was beyond him. After he finished, the cold emptiness in his heart and stomach returned. He had enough allowance to buy himself a meal at a shop down the road. Ramen may not be the healthiest meal, but it's better than going to bed hungry again. As he walked up the stairs and sat in his room, he contemplated what to do. I need to know. I've already tried Mom, but Dad and Izumi. Don't let me down, please. Izuku knocked on the door that was once his and Izumi's shared bedroom. He was greeted by an unpleasant face. What? She asked, irate. What did I do? He simply asked, confusing her. Huh, what are you on about? Why do you hate me? What did I ever do? We're twins, but you can barely even look at me. Why, Izumi? Izuku's eyes were begging for an answer and praying for an honest one. Izumi sighed. You were born. She closed the door in his face. Izuku didn't cry. In all honesty, he was expecting something like that. This always happens when he tries to get close to his sister again. A cold-hearted rejection. Izuku went to the kitchen and heated up a container of leftovers. While that was warming up, he found Toshinori. Dad, I need to ask you something important. Toshinori sighed. Can't it wait, Izuku? I've had a stressful day. Instead of walking away like usual, Izuku stood his ground. Why do you favor Izumi over me? You and Mom. Why do you treat me like you'd rather not have me? Toshinori paused as Izuku's words caused painful memories to resurface. Go. He coldly said. I'm not in the mood for this right now. We'll talk later. Always later. Izuku's eyes were overshadowed by his hair as he went back up the stairs. There wasn't anything left to say. His family told him everything he needed to know to make his decision final. There's no place for me here. Izuku wore black pants, a green hoodie and red shoes with his backpack slung over his shoulders. In his pocket were small pictures of his biological father and heroic grandmother. I know running isn't right, but I tried everything to rebuild our relationship. But clearly, they don't want that. They don't want me. His books were strewn across the room, and a burned All Might autograph was taped to the structural beam above his mattress. The SIM card to his phone was removed and tossed in the trash. He walked into the kitchen and grabbed the leftovers out of the microwave. As he went to the door, he turned back one last time. The Yagis were watching a movie together. He was invisible again. Goodbye. Streets of Musutafu. Izuku doesn't know how far he walked, how many turns he took or what direction he was in. He was just lost. Somehow, he wandered back to the tunnel where the villain attacked him, where he almost died. He just broke down on his knees and cried. No whimpers, just his heart weeping silently. This is for the best. I was never family to begin with. My family died a long time ago. That coldness returned. His eyes were closed, so he didn't notice a light slowly covering his body, but someone did. Far from home, ain't ya kid? Izuku flinched at the voice coming from behind him. You know, you shouldn't be walking around like a nightlight. That could attract the wrong crowd. Izuku was confused by what he meant, and decided to open his eyes. They blew wide open when he saw his entire body was engulfed in green fire. Is this my quirk? Fire. Like Dad, but Dad had orange fire. And I'm not hot. It's not burning me. Why? Izuku's attention turned back to the thug with a blade in his hand. I'm gonna make this simple, kid. Hand over your stuff, and you live. Izuku looked back at the criminal. No, the man chuckled lightly. Kid, those flames of yours don't burn anything. You're literally on fire, and there's no smoke or anything. Now hand over your shit, or I can set up a ransom for your folks to get you back. Izuku's eyes dimmed. Sorry to disappoint, but no one would want me back. You're wasting your time. He stood up as the criminal started looking pissed. Fine then, I'll kill you and take your shit. He lunged at Izuku with the knife. The boy's eyes widened and he put his hands in front of him in defense. He unwittingly sent a blast of cold green flames at the criminal. It blew him back, but didn't injure him. Flames that don't burn. How fitting, a useless quirk for a useless person. I'm just a paper tiger. Deku. Wait, why isn't he charging anymore? After the blast of harmless flames, Izuku's attacker was on the ground, shaking. What the fuck? Why am I freezing up? By some runt and his weak flames. They're not ice cold, but why is my body not listening? The criminal stumbled up to his feet and dropped his knife. Izuku analyzed what was happening. He looks afraid. My power didn't affect him physically, but his mental state took a blow. The attacker picked up his knife and readied to charge again. D-damn runt. I'll kill you, he charged again, but it was slower. Like he was forcing his body to go in the opposite direction it wanted to. Izuku felt invigorated enough to strike back. Time to find out what I can do. Izuku threw his hands behind himself and launched 2 pillars of green fire from his palms. He rocketed towards his attacker like a flaming javelin. He cocked his fist back, and decked the scumbag right in his gut, following up with his strongest wave of flames yet. The bastard was blown to the other side of the tunnel, coughing blood in his mouth, before losing consciousness. Izuku breathed heavily, the amount of power he used taking a toll on him. That's gonna take some getting used to. When he calmed down, the flames covering him were put out. I have a quirk, of all the times for it to show up. Cold flames that scare people, it has potential. With a quirk like this, I could. The memories of the day were replayed in his head. He could go back to the Yagis, but would he really want to be part of that family? Shaking his head, Izuku went to inspect the punk. He was unconscious, and dropped some things. Money, white hair dye, a silver-colored metal respirator, his knife, his phone and a coupon for 2 free drinks at a restaurant. Izuku debated with himself whether or not he should take this, but it came down to one question. Who needed it more, a child on the run, or a gutter punk? He wasn't proud of it, but Izuku picked up everything of value. What's going on here? The boy bolted away when he heard a police officer shout. He ran to the other end of the tunnel and flew off into the night by igniting his feet. When the officer found the punk, he was knocked out and surrounded by lingering green flames. He tried to stomp them out, but they still burned. He tried pouring water on them. They still burned. He sacrificed his iced coffee. The same result. Despite how stupid it sounded, he put his hand into the fire. He retracted it when he felt a coldness running up his spine. Green flames that give chills? That's a new one. We don't have a quirk like that in our database. Not a hero's work, so could it be? The fire went out as the criminal was hauled away. A vigilante. The cop finished. Meanwhile, Izuku was jumping from rooftop to rooftop in the city, hardly noticeable among the bright lights of the evening. He used the propulsion of his quirk to make jumps and landing easy, and he landed with a tumble on a rooftop. He finally had a moment to catch his breath. He looked at his hands. I'm still alive. Green flames ignited in his palms. I have a quirk. He remembered what he used it for. I don't have a license. I didn't have the authority to stop that guy. But, a criminal was arrested thanks to my actions. That was the closest he'd ever come to actual heroism. Izuku walked to the edge of the rooftop and looked over the city. What I did wasn't within the rules, but it was the right thing. I was attacked twice today. And the second time made me feel like I did something good. Izuku reached into his backpack and pulled out his charred notebook. He remembered wondering what hero he would catalog. Let's switch things up. Not a hero or a villain, the vigilante Izuku put on the respirator and looked out over the city. Even if people will never see me as a hero, I'll still do everything in my power to help them. And this time, I won't let anyone hold me back. Izuku. Age. 13. Affiliation. None. Quirk. Psycho Flames. 10 years ago, childhood. Izuku and his friends. Well, Kachan and Izumi's friends were parading through the forest with Izuku at the back. Kachan was being lifted in the air by Izumi while he set off explosion like a floating sparkler. When they were crossing a log over the creek, Izumi lost her footing and focus, and she and the blonde both fell into the water. Their friends were concerned, but they just shrugged it off. "You idiot, watch where you're going." Kachan playfully jabbed at Izumi. "It was your loud explosions that made me lose focus." She fired back. Their playful banter was cut off when a hand reached out to help them. The hand came from the weakest member of their group. "Are you guys okay? I was worried you got hurt bad." The look in his eyes, the gesture, he was worried about us. Like we're weaklings. Like him. Showing these ingrates kindness they didn't deserve. That was the first time Izuku Yagi had to learn how to block a hit. Present. Izuku had revisited the same forest he and his childhood friends used to play together in. At first, it was a fun place with good memories. Later, it made him feel hollow, empty. Like he was never meant to be there, unwanted. Now, it slightly angers him, remembering the abuse he had to endure for no reason. Walking past the creek, he went deeper into the forest for a secluded place to learn about his quirk. He picked up a stick and set it on fire. No smoke, no heat. He tosses the stick into a puddle, but it still burns. Flames that don't burn, but affect a person's mental state, like a mix of Dad and Mo. Inko's quirks. "So, can I control the flames?" Izuku put down his notebook and raised his hand at the stick. The green flame rose up from the stick. Izuku moved it around, and clenched his fist to put it out. Pyrokinesis. I can reuse the fires of lit, which makes the stamina drawback practically non-existent. Izuku practiced by creating large waves of flames, and directing them past the trees in a zigzag motion, circling around and coming back to him. As it turns out, he could also absorb the flames into his body to replenish his stamina. After doing this for a while, he began to feel a headache, the recoil of overusing the pyrokinesis. A cup of water cleared that up though. Izuku then lit his feet on fire and took off into the air. It was a bit wobbly, but he got the hang of flying quickly. His movements were smooth, he used his hands to direct himself. Even Izumi and Kachan didn't get the hang of flying this quickly. Izuku's good mood came to a halt almost immediately. He stopped and just hovered in the air with dejected eyes. I mean, Yagi and Bakugo. Izuku slowly descended to where he left his things. He had another move to try. Covering his fist in green flames, he punched a tree. He felt the impact, but his fist was barely phased. He made the flames burn brighter, and struck the tree harder. He didn't even feel his fist connect, but the tree did. These fires are thick. Defensive properties. Izuku tried to experiment by placing his hand on his face. It was difficult to breathe, but he learned he was immune to the spine-chilling sensation he inflicts on others. The brighter these cold flames burn, the denser they are, but the faster his stamina drains. The flames he's left to burn can be sustained passively, but these incapacitating fires need more focus and energy. I could use this for capture moves. Man, cold flames are great. I wish I got it sooner. But then, I'd still be with them, and their conditional love. Izuku shook his head. They were never family to me. I don't need them holding me back anymore. I have to focus on getting stronger. I got an easy trial run, but if I get cocky I'll be as good as dead. Casting aside pointless thoughts, Izuku spent the day completely focused on his flames. Before he knew, sunset was on him. He put on his metal respirator to hide his lower face, a hoodie to hide his hair and flew off into the city. I'm still green. Nothing too big, maybe some alley guys. Musutafu. Izuku was patrolling the city from its rooftops to its streets, doing his best to either blend in or use his flashy quirk as little as possible. At around 10 p.m., he was considering calling it a night, until he heard a glass bottle breaking. He went to investigate and found two alley punks holding purses. Probably stolen. Not a bad haul, bro. We'll be eating good tonight. One wearing a red beanie said. You got that right. Burgers, booze, maybe some stripper ass to finish it off. One wearing a dark green overcoat said. That was everything Izuku needed to hear. Pardon me. He spoke up. The crooks looked to see a short hooded figure. Am I correct in assuming that doesn't belong to you? The two of them smirked. Yeah, so what? Go play hero somewhere else, brat. Izuku slowly walked towards them. The beanie-wearing crook just shrugged. No one'll see us this deep in the alley. He raised his hand and shot orange flames. So long, Rugrat. Izuku was consumed in a wave of flames. Poor kid. Dying like a hero. PFF'd. Oh, who am I kidding? He was nothing. The overcoat thug said. As they were about to walk away, a voice caught their attention. We're not done yet. They turned around to see the boy surrounded by a pillar of bright green flames, and the burglar's fire was against the walls. Also, who said I'm a hero? The vigilante ignited flames on his back to shoot towards the two. They didn't have time to process it. It looked like a demon was coming for them. He uppercutted one off his feet, and kicked the other against the wall. They didn't fall as easily as the first one, but they were clearly shaken. Fuck you. Another wave of flames was shot at Izuku, and tried to make a run for it. They weren't nearly as fast as they should have been. Izuku was unaffected physically by the flames, and took off to the sky, aiming to cut the robbers off before they could leave. As they made it to a nearby dumpster, a wall of hot flames stopped them. Are these yours? Izuku asked, hovering above them. He actually struck fear into their hearts. He pulled both his fists back to his sides, and flew down at the street thugs. The green devil flying toward them was burned into their minds and would haunt them for a long time. Izuku delivered 2 condensed fire punches that knocked the two out. When he landed, he breathed heavily, surprising himself at what he did. I can control other flames, too. Even if they're from a person. Question mark. Holy woe, I couldn't control all of it, but it's something. He tried putting out the fire, and as he did he felt something. The impulses of greed, apathy for others, love for sick thrills. Those were the feelings the thug's flames emitted. Izuku can detect a person's emotional state by the heat they emit. The hotter they are, the easier it is. His good mood was shut down when he realized what awful people lied in front of him. He made sure the bastards were tied up and was ready to use one of their phones to call the authorities. But something caught his eye. Beneath the dumpster, he found a hatch. It led to a staircase that led to a small room filled with stolen goods. Izuku debated with himself, but remembered that he needed supplies to keep doing what he does. Not much. He just took food, water, a couple thousand yen and a first aid kit. After a few minutes of looting, he called the authorities. With that done, he left the criminals' hideout exposed. Before he left, he took one more thing. The dark green overcoat on the other one's back. Izuku took off into the night, purposely leaving lingering green flames on the pavement like an artist leaving a signature of his work. The cops arrived to where they tracked the cell phone. They found 2 unconscious thugs, and an underground hideout. Oh my god, it's the super criminal bros. We've been hunting them for a year now. Who could have done this? One cop said as he dragged the 2 away. His partner looked at the familiar green flames on a surface that shouldn't be able to sustain fire. Our vigilante friend again. Meanwhile, Izuku was hopping over the rooftops, before landing on the ledge of a skyscraper, perched out of the sight of windows. I stole from criminals. 2 wrongs don't make a right. Izuku chastised himself as he looked at his stolen loot. His good nature told him that this was wrong, but his survival instincts said it was necessary. He has no one but himself. There's nobody around to help or look out for him, he knows that well already. Sighing, Izuku took out some takoyaki and ate. Heroes get paid for protecting people and throwing villains in jail. I guess this is my payment as a vigilante. After finishing his meal, Izuku looked at the green overcoat he took. It would have to be his blanket, and his big, yellow backpack his pillow. He was actually slightly looking forward to the next morning. There wouldn't be anyone to beat him up. Before dozing off, Izuku reached into his hoodie and pulled out 2 small pictures of his family. Good night Dad, good night Grandma. The next day, Izumi and Bakugo were walking home after a boring day of school. Do you think something was missing today? Izumi asked the spiky blonde. Yeah, I didn't feel like I was asserting my dominance enough today. Katsuki said. They both scratched their heads in thought. That's it. We didn't say hi to Deku. Izumi realized. Oh yeah, come to think of it, when was the last time we saw the damn nerd? Fuck it, who cares? Tell him I said he's worthless scum. Bakugo bid farewell to his partner in crime. When Izumi got home, she went up to the attic. Knock knock. Crash. Asterisk. She used her telekinesis to send the hatch flying off its hinges. Oops. When was the last time this place was looked after? She flew up and saw the attic dusty from nobody cleaning it, and school books lying on the floor. Geez, Deku, when's the last time you cleaned up here? Nobody was there to answer her. Hey, I'm talking. Where the hell are you? She grew frustrated by the lack of response until she saw a note with All Might's signature on it. What's this? Her eyes widened when she saw what was on the other side. Inko and Toshinori returned home, the latter turning on the news about recent updates on a troubling topic. They found their daughter slouching on the couch with a shattered look about her. Izumi, dear, what's wrong? Izumi didn't answer immediately. Mom, Dad, when was the last time you saw Izuku? A strange question, but it took them a concerning amount of time to think about. Before they could answer, Izumi raised a slightly burnt piece of paper with All Might's signature. I'm sorry, but I can't take any more. I didn't ask to be born this way, and I didn't mean to be a burden. I want to know why you hate me so much, but I guess even that is too much to ask. Well, you don't have to worry. You won't have to deal with me, I won't be missed, and I won't burden anyone else. It's a win-win. Goodbye, Yagis. Izuku, Deku. The family was completely shattered by what they just read. Izumi confirmed it wasn't a suicide note since he left with his bag, but the truth is undeniable. Izuku ran away. They pushed him away. Breaking news. The Green Fire Vigilante has struck again, capturing 2 criminals that have been on the wanted list for a year. The criminals awoke with a fright and refused to say anything about their attacker. All the police learned is that he is a brutal outlaw with no restraint, unlike our heroes. He is suspected to be armed and dangerous, wielding cold, green flames that don't go out for some time. First sighting of his strange quirk was in Musudafu near Aldera Middle School. Their hearts sank to the pits of their stomachs. Izuku was out there, alone and defenseless, and the vigilante was in the same area. Inko had flashbacks of her last husband dying, and broke down in tears. Izumi still looked like a broken soul. Toshinori's blood ran cold at the thought of his quirkless son having to fend for himself on the street like he had to. Little did they know, their assumptions were way off base. Elsewhere, a shadowed figure sitting in a chair surrounded by medical machinery just finished watching the news. My, this vigilante has an interesting quirk. Igniting the flame of fear into others, and in just 2 nights, he's made the news. I'm impressed, child. He grinned widely, thinking of how useful the vigilante could be. Day 5. It's been some time since I left the Yagis, awakened my quirk and became a vigilante. I'm learning about myself every day, and doing what I can to help others. I feel a little guilty that I'm breaking the hero's rules, but they can't deny my actions are helping. Izuku put his notebook in his bag as he hid it behind an air conditioning unit. Wearing a black shirt and green shorts, he was going to spend his day walking around town like an average kid. Of course, he couldn't risk being recognized, so he wore a face mask and a cap that let black and green tufts of hair hang over his eyebrows. He blended in quite well with the people. There weren't many on the streets, which is good for someone not wanting to be recognized. He stopped by a playground and looked at the kids playing. It was a much-needed moment. He saw children getting along, running around and having fun. I wish I had a better memory of this place, he thought solemnly as he walked away. On one of the lampposts, he found something interesting. A missing person poster with his face on it. Izuku had mixed feelings about this. Are they worried about me? I've been gone for days, and now they choose to care. The school probably told them. I never had a place in that house. Izuku reached to the paper and tore off the Yagi kanji next to his name. After that conflicting ordeal, Izuku just wandered aimlessly, enjoying the peace for once. There weren't a lot of heroes or police on patrol. Good, he doesn't have to worry about making a quick escape. He was going about his business like anyone else, until something caught his eye. A girl being followed by two boys. He could tell from her pace that she was trying to lose them, but they just weren't taking the hint. Izuku, having grown accustomed observing situations, watched while hidden from their sights. He followed the three up until the girl tried to get them away forcefully, but it was in vain. Izuku watched in fascination as the girl shot extendable aux cords from her earlobes, but when they were caught in one of the guy's hands, and both of them laughed, his fascination turned into anger. For a moment, he couldn't hear anything but the familiar mocking voices that still haunt him. What a pathetic weakling. Could you be any lamer? What can you even do? Huh. Just a waste of space. When he looked back at the girl, he saw her eyes filling with sadness as she was being bullied. In that moment, when he saw her silently stewing in her weakness, he lost control. He didn't plan or think as he burst from his hiding place. His body moved on its own as he was above the jerk holding the girl's ears, and readying a blow with both his hands clasped together. Thwack! The jerk fell to the ground, letting go of the ears, and falling unconscious with a bruise on his neck. What the other was swiftly dealt away with a high kick to his chin. He fell down with a thud and had blood dripping out of his mouth. The violent newcomer stood over him and pressed his foot on his shoulder, keeping him pinned. His green eyes were furious, and the light bags underneath them caused him to be more intimidating. He uttered one bone-chilling word. Leave. The little bastard squirmed out from under Izuku's heel and ran away, leaving his friend at the mercy of the green devil. When Izuku turned around, he saw the girl looking stunned and slightly afraid. Sorry, Izuku said before walking away. Wait, the girl called out to him. She held out his cap that had fallen off while he was fighting. Izuku was panicked for a moment, but remembered he used a bit of white hair dye on his green highlights. He wouldn't dare desecrate the black hair reminiscent of his late father and grandmother. He took back his hat and put it back on. Gee, thanks a lot, for what you did, the purple-haired girl said. Izuku looked at her and saw she wasn't meeting his eyes. No problem. Sorry I went so far. I just have a zero-tolerance policy on bullies. He growled slightly at the end. The girl smiled slightly. That's pretty hero of you. Izuku bristled at her choice of words. I'm no hero, that's what they all say, he said with his shoulders slouched. The girl was about to say something, but a noise stopped her. Hiss. The sound of a nearby bus taking off. Damn it. I missed the bus thanks to these idiots. She angrily clenched her fist. Izuku thought about the times he missed a ride from his parents because they forgot him. He couldn't stand the idea of someone being left behind for no reason. Damn, what's wrong with me? Izuku clenched his teeth. He bent down and motioned to his back. Come on, before the bus gets too far. Not having much of a choice, the girl jumped on the mysterious boy's back and wrapped her arms around his neck. Whatever you do, don't look down. Wah. Whoosh. She and Izuku burst off into the air, the former hugging her arms, legs and earlobes tightly against the boy. What the heck, man? A warning would have been nice. She chided. Would you have gone through with it if I said we were going to fly? She stayed silent after that. They followed the bus she missed for a few minutes, until the girl was sure she could walk the rest of the way. When Izuku let her down, she was trembling, and he had to catch her before she fell down. Flying is terrifying. She stuttered. Izuku rubbed the back of his as he set her down on the pavement gently. It's scary the first time, but you get used to it. Well, bye. As he was about to leave, the girl called out to him. Hey, what's your name? Izuku froze. He couldn't tell her his full name for two reasons: missing person posters, and he is no longer part of that family. But he hadn't actually thought about what he would do in this situation. But he had to say something. Zu. My name is Zu, he answered. The purple-haired girl wanted to ask if that was a nickname or something, but she held off. She picked up the slight panic in his heart when she asked, and decided to let him be. May I ask what your name is? Kyoka. Izuku went back to jumping above the rooftops feeling slightly lighter. She was a nice girl. Can't imagine why she would be a bully target. Hopefully, I knocked some sense into them. As he was hopping from roof to roof, something in the distance caught his eye. Smoke. He immediately went to scope out the situation. A few minutes earlier, so Deku really ran away. And he's been gone for almost a week. Katsuki asked. Yeah, and I'm starting to worry. What if he runs into that green fire vigilante? He could get killed. Katsuki tightened his fist. Damn you, Deku, making us all worry about your weak ass. How selfish can you be to pull a stunt like this? Quit pouting and show your face already. Katsuki crushed his soda can in an explosion and tossed it aside. If the nerd dies, I'll kill him. The two of them didn't notice immediately, but a mass of disgusting sludge was piling up behind them. Well, aren't you a powerful skin puppet? Present. Izuku made it to a shopping district and hid behind an air conditioning unit on the roof. He saw fires blazing out of control, but Backdraft was taking care of them. Kamui Woods was doing what he could to save the civilians caught in the crossfire, but the flames were hindering his effectiveness. Mount Lady had arrived, but the pass was too narrow for her, and she was already on watch for property damage. Death Arm's attacks on the villain did nothing. Monster, how dare you take a child hostage? He yelled. Izuku looked toward the villain causing this. The slime bastard that almost killed me. Wasn't All Might hunting him down? And he has a kid hostage. Boom. Bow. Blast. Asterisk. Izuku's ears twitched at the sound of explosions. No. He heard the captive shouting profanities to be released. You picked the wrong guy to mess with. I'm gonna send you back to whatever sewer you crawled out, you living shit. Get the fuck off me. That rough voice. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Bakugo. Izuku was debating on whether or not to get involved. The heroes aren't doing anything, and he has a small grudge against the slime villain. But then again, Bakugo's an asshole. The heroes would probably try to arrest him on the spot, and Bakugo's an asshole. Izuku looked back towards the crowd and saw a familiar head of green and black hair. Please, no. His twin sister, Izumi, looked to be planning something. All of a sudden, she flew above the flames and the crowd, and tried to pull Bakugo out with telekinesis. I'll save you, Kachan. She yelled as she landed a few feet away from him. You idiot, Izuku whispered to himself. Izumi landed on a stray bit of sludge that the villain could control. The idiot was bound in sludge from her legs, and it was steadily climbing up her body. God, this is disgusting. She whined. I fucking know, Katsuki yelled. The sludge villain was finding this hilarious. Ha ha ha, hold on, girly. Once I've taken over your friend, I'll be sure to have some fun with you. In the crowd, a blonde man was cursing himself for not being able to do anything. He'd been losing sleep looking for his missing son, and doing hero work, so his body couldn't handle another task. The heroes were feeling completely useless as now two children were at the mercy of the villain, and they could do nothing to help. A green-haired onlooker was beating his head against the air conditioning unit out of sheer frustration. Heroes aren't even trying. Two idiots in trouble, and I'm probably the only one who can do something. Damn my good nature. Izuku stood on the edge of the roof and raised his hand towards the flames. He was hit with another emotional presence. Every flame tells a story, and these ones generated by Bakugo's quirk told him how terrified he was. Izuku took one last look at his bully, and saw a look of horror on the boy. His decision was made the moment he saw those red eyes begging to be saved. My personal feelings don't matter. He's a person in trouble, and I'm going to save him. Izuku raised both his hands. Suddenly, the orange flames blocking the heroes roared up, before burning cold with no smoke. They were confused, until they took on a green hue. The flames then moved towards the villain and into his mouth. What the fuck is this? Katsuki thought, starting to lose consciousness. Izumi looked in wonder as the green fires forced their way into the villain. Time for a taste of your own medicine. Once most of the flames were consumed into the sludge, Izuku made both his hands into fists. The living slime exploded in a powerful burst of green flames, and Bakugo was sent tumbling into Izumi. The both of them were safe. The crowd was watching in awe. What just happened? Green flames. Whose quirk was that? Why is it so cold all of a sudden? As the police and paramedics were arriving, the blonde man had some thoughts. Green flames that don't burn. The vigilante. And he just saved my daughter. Where is he? He was already jumping away into the sunset. Despite having saved 2 lives, he didn't feel too great. Bakugo, Yagi, please don't make me regret what I did for you. Later, Katsuki and Izumi were sitting quietly in Toshinori's car as he drove them home. I saw the fight you put up, Katsuki. You held your ground well, even the pros were impressed by your fighting spirit. Bakugo just huffed, not feeling like being praised for once. And Izumi, you showed incredible spirit rushing into harm's way like that. But you need to learn to analyze your situation and make the best decision. Izumi nodded. Analyze, huh? Izuku was so much better at that. I'm no fan of the vigilante that saved you, but once he's captured, I'd like to have a word with him. Toshi said. They dropped Katsuki off first. Later, Uncle Toshi. The blonde waved over his shoulder. Izumi and Toshi were in the car with a tense silence. Dad, do you think the vigilante might have seen Izuku? Toshinori gripped his steering wheel. It's possible. At least he doesn't seem to be the type to act without reason. But it's still against the law. We'll find Izuku, and this outlaw. The following evening, wearing a dark green hoodie, metal respirator, black pants and red sneakers, Izuku was alight with viridescent flames. Standing on the ledge of a tall building, he saw a car driving at high speeds, ignoring the traffic lights and stop signs. Looks like it'll be another late night. He put on his lower face armor and hoodie, and followed the car. Meanwhile, out of the way, shitheads. The driver yelled as he nearly ran over some pedestrians. You sure we got everything from that hardware store? He asked his partner. Oh yeah, the big man's gonna be thrilled. With this, he'll be able to what the fuck. He was interrupted by a green light landing on the hood of their car. Oh shit, it's him. They swerved from side to side, trying to shake off their vehicle, but he wouldn't budge. With a flaming fist, he punched a hole in the windshield and grabbed the steering wheel. The car turned so hard that it flipped over on its side and crashed into a brick wall. The vigilante jumped off before the crash and watched the criminals try to climb out. They were bleeding from the head and probably had concussions, but they still had a bag of stolen loot. Who taught you how to drive? He asked tauntingly. The thugs saw a living fire in the shape of a person standing in front of their totaled and smoking car. You bastard! They yelled as they picked up firearms and shot at the boy. The bullets went right through the fire, and hit the car multiple times. They were too rattled to realize that they weren't shooting at a person, but a cold heat mirage. But it was too late when a bullet pierced the engine. Asterisk kaboom. Asterisk the car exploded in a burst of flames as the 2 criminals were blown away by the blast. They landed on the street, unable to get back up. The sound of clapping approached them as the world began to fade away. Thank you. I couldn't produce the heat necessary to explode your car, so I appreciate you shooting at it enough to do the job for me. He looked down at them with cold, unfeeling eyes. You. Bah. Tard. When they lost consciousness, Izuku looked into their bag. Metal plating and steel pipes. It looked like material for an armored accessory. The pipes suggested it was for someone not in good health. If criminals were hauling this, it's probably going to some crime boss. Not tonight. He picked up one of the criminals' phone and used emergency call. He didn't speak, the sound of roaring flames would alert them. Before Izuku left, he noticed something interesting. Malleable black metal plates. He looked at his bright red shoes. I think I've earned myself a gear upgrade, he said before flying off, leaving lingering green flames in his wake. Soon after he left, police arrived with the number 32 hero in tow, Teleki. What the bloody hell happened here? Teleki noticed the green flames burning cold near the unconscious thugs and grimaced. He happened. Her attention was grabbed by a thug regaining consciousness. Wah! Where is that guy? I'll kill him, he said weakly. He was pulled in by Teleki's telekinetic grasp. What happened here? What were you taking? Where is the vigilante? She asked rapidly while the cops were trying to calm her down. The criminal was hardly intimidated. After experiencing his bone-chilling heat, a heroine hardly fazed him. Listen, hero. Between that monster and my boss, you're the least of my worries. If you're after that little bastard, you better be prepared for a cold day in hell. That guy's a pint-sized devil. Inko knew he wouldn't be able to milk any more information from the fear-riddled thief. He didn't even seem too upset about going to jail, although he was certainly salty. It was better than having to give a disappointing to his boss, and potentially having to run into the Green Devil again. Inko grit her teeth. Another witness too fearful of the vigilante to give any useful information. Sooner or later, she'll find this menace who thinks he can do whatever he wants. Meanwhile, Izuku clutched his chest. Strange, what's this burning sensation? He ignored it as he looked over the malleable black metal plates he took. My shoes are too bright for the whole dark hero thing I'm going for. These should help with that, and give me better protection and harder hits. He molded the plates to fit snugly around his shoes, only leaving the red laces exposed. He looked back toward the smoke of where his little skirmish had attracted the authorities' attention. Maybe I was a little too flashy this time. Oh well. Elsewhere, a shadowed figure was watching the news of the newly named Green Devil striking again with Teleki on the scene. My, I wasn't expecting you to make such a splash, child. I hope you enjoy the gift I left you. It was a good use of those street urchins. The components I need arrived the other day. I'm just thankful you didn't intercept that one. It's a shame Teleki wasn't able to catch up to you fast enough. Poor dear has been working herself ragged, taking her guilt out on criminals instead of herself. The figure grinned darkly. I can't wait for your family reunion. I'll be watching. It was a lovely morning in Musutafu. The birds were chirping, the sun was beginning to rise and banish the darkness of the night. The Green Devil was holding a criminal by the neck and dousing him in freezing heat. A usual morning. When he dropped the criminal, he noticed that the sun was rising to tell him the night shift was over. Damn, already? Oh well. Putting on a black compression shirt, black shorts, a face mask and short-sleeve hoodie, Izuku was dressed to walk casually among the civilians. Before leaving, he reached into his backpack for 3 things. His journal and his pictures of his family. Day 15. I continue to fight whatever bad guy comes my way, doing what I can to help people sleep at night. Recently, I helped Yagi and Bakugo, and I've had a bothering burning sensation in my chest ever since. I hope that isn't any indication. He put his notebook in his backpack and prayed to his deceased family members. Time to survive another day. Izuku walked through the streets, not interacting with anyone. He thought about how different things were compared to 2 weeks ago. He may sleep on rooftops, but at least he doesn't cry himself to sleep anymore. He may be a target of heroes, but the need to run away from people is hardly anything new to him. And thanks to the money he takes from the criminals he beats, he can afford to feed himself better than the Yagis did. Best of all, they aren't here to hurt him. His walk took him to a local library, where he saw another missing person poster. So why does it burn when I think about them? He decided to do some light reading to hopefully clear his head. The library always brought him a sense of comfort during his middle school days. Many days, it was a safe haven from any bullies trying to ruin his life. The librarian was probably the only person in the entire school he built a somewhat positive relationship with. Some afternoons, he helped her put the books back on the shelves. Thick, heavy books. It was an exercise that made him not completely frail, and have a small bit of muscle. Definitely nothing on Katsuki, at least not back then. But what about now? Damn, there's that burning again. He shook it off and looked for a good book to read. Perhaps he could brush up on treating wounds, although it's been a while since he needed to. As he was browsing, he heard a voice groan too loud for a library. This is Heal, she moaned. Just kill me, it'd be easier at this point. Izuku went to investigate. It's become a habit of his to look into situations that grab his attention. He found a pink-skinned girl looking at a pile of textbooks. Studying when it's summer break. See, can I ask what you're doing? Izuku walked up to the pair and asked. The pink girl had bushy hair like him, and black sclera with golden pupils. A mutation quirk. She looked at him with tired body language and eyes. Writing my will, Pinky answered. Izuku smiled just a little bit beneath the mask. Studying. She answered for real this time. Izuku tilted his head. During the summer. Am I missing something? The girl explained that she had faked being sick during finals 3 weeks ago to miss being tested on her worst subjects. Eventually, the school and her parents found out the truth, and she had to write the papers during summer break. My parents left me here to study the whole day. Pinky whined. This is cruel and unusual punishment. I want a lawyer, she shouted, only for a librarian to shush her. Izuku's smile widened slightly. He looked at the textbooks and saw she was covering math, history and English. I do well in all of these, he muttered aloud. Really? She asked in surprise. Could you tutor me, please? I've only got 3 days to get through all this. Izuku was taken aback by the pink girl's request. Tutor you? No one ever asked him to help them study, despite him consistently being at the top of his academics. Even the lowest of the class turned their back on him when he offered. They'd rather fail than get help from Deku. The worst was when his notes got stolen. He was brought out of his bitter thoughts when the pink-skinned girl was on her knees in front of him. Please help me, I'm begging you. There's no one else. You're my only hope. Izuku held out his hands to get her to stop. All right, I'll help you. You don't have to beg, now please get up. People are staring. Pinky jumped back on her feet and grabbed his hands and shook them energetically. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're a lifesaver. Izuku chuckled lightly and went to find a chair. I'm Mina Ishido, by the way. Izuku smiled. Nice to meet you. He left to go find a chair, but he was stopped. What's your name? Izuku's eyes filled with nervousness for a second. I'm Zu, he said before speed walking to find a chair. He didn't know it, but the girl was gushing over how cute that name was. A hole in his heart had formed from lying to those nice girls. He couldn't risk being turned in to the police, go back home and suffer neglect and abuse again. He was also reminded of another reason he left. No one ever wanted to be around Izuku. Okay, you said you've got 3 days to prepare. We can do one subject each day, and draw up notes to revise each night. How about we start with your worst subject? Mina didn't wait a second before answering. Math. They spent a few hours studying, and getting notes down. They decided to take a lunch break in between. They walked to the food court of a nearby mall. I still can't believe exams during vacation is even legal. Mina groaned. Well, you wouldn't know if you didn't come up with faking sick. Zu said. How was I supposed to know this would happen? Izuku smiled talking to her, enjoying a bowl of katsudon with his mask down. He can't remember the last time he had a real conversation with anyone. Thanks for agreeing to tutor me, Zu. I owe you big time, Mina said. Zu swallowed his food before talking. It's okay, I'm actually getting more out of it than you know. Like what? Having a hottie as arm candy? Mina teased, eliciting a blush from the boy. Actually, a normal school experience. Mina looked at him curiously. I've never studied with other people before, so this is a nice change of scene. He had the smallest smile on his face, which was more sad than anything. Who wouldn't want to study with you? You're smart and you make studying not so horrific, his pink friend said. Izuku looked down at his food. Let's just say I'm not the most popular. The mood around the table was very gloomy. Screw them, Mina suddenly said, surprising the black and white-haired boy. They don't know what they're missing. Besides, this just means I have you all to myself, so I ain't complaining. Zu looked at the energetic girl in surprise, who seemed completely sure about enjoying his company. He was touched, and his green eyes reflected a light he hadn't felt in so long. But before it could grow, he remembered she was talking to Zu, not Izuku. He has no reason to believe she would feel the same if she knew who he really was. He closed his eyes and put on a smile. Thanks, I like you too. When they finished their meal and paid, they walked back to the library to finish their studying for the day. Come dusk, they were bidding each other farewell. Izuku went to sleep that night feeling lighter. The next day, they focused on history. Their study sessions were also nice bonding sessions, although Zu didn't talk much about himself after opening up about his own school life. He was careful to keep her at a safe distance while staying friendly and accommodating. On the final day, they touched on English. You're coming along pretty well. Studying isn't so bad, right? Zu asked. Not when you have a great teacher, Mina winked. Zu was thankful his mask hid his blush. I'm almost upset, this has been fun. She pouted cutely. But it was thanks to my great idea that we came together, and I'm probably going to get better grades than I would without you. Thanks, Zu. Mina exclaimed. Izuku felt himself warming up comfortably. It's been a pleasure, really. They decided to finish studying at the food court to save time, and walk around the mall. Window shopping for the teens was a relaxing bit of fun. These are the experiences Izuku was missing out on as a normal kid. Even before the Vigilante Act, he never had this. Perhaps, if he left that behind and returned home, he could spend more time with Mina. He would have a friend. Things could be better. Hey look, it's Teleki. Mina exclaimed. Izuku felt his stomach flip and his heart stop beating. He turned around and saw Mina was looking at TVs on display. He sighed in relief when it was just his mother on the screen. She looked distraught. The headline said it was about her missing son. She was weeping on camera for her quirkless son to come home. Izuku hadn't seen her so miserable since Hisashi died. It made the boy feel a surge of guilt. But still, a couple days of suffering isn't a fraction of what they've made him endure. "Oh, I've read about this online," a passerby said. "Teleki's missing kid. Rumors say he's quirkless." Izuku bristled at that part. "That pisses me off," Mina said, making Izuku's heart crack. "She's a pro hero, but lost her own son? Come on." Izuku looked at her in surprise that she didn't comment on the quirkless part. Poor kid must be starving. His parents better feel guilty about it. Izuku felt extremely happy. Instead of mocking the quirkless boy, she scolded his mother and sympathized for him. It took a good deal of strength to hold back his tears. Although, looking at his mother's face, he felt bad all over again. Maybe it's not completely her fault. Mina looked at him in confusion. It stung Izuku to say this, but just this once, he could give his mother the benefit of the doubt. Pros don't have it easy, and someone in the top 30s must have a lot of responsibilities. You know that vigilante with green flames? Out of all the heroes trying to catch him, I hear Teleki is working the hardest. The girls took his words into consideration. Yeah, that's fair, Mina said. But still, there's gotta be something seriously wrong for a kid to go missing. She argued, to which Izuku agreed completely. They watched the interview for a little while longer. When asked if the boy was kidnapped, Teleki said there wasn't a break-in, so that's not the most likely. When asked about the boy's home life, she barely had anything to say. This raised the question if maybe her son was a runaway, but nobody asked and she didn't say so. Izuku felt his heart pounding and burning at the same time. "My head's gonna explode," Mina said as she rubbed her aching noggin. "Congratulations. I think you earned the night off," Zu said, walking her out of the library. Mina had somehow survived a full 3 days of Zu's thorough tutelage. "I know I've said this a lot, but thanks for your help, Zu," Mina said. "If I didn't have you, I might have to do summer school." "You." Her pink skin crawled at the thought. They waited outside the library for their parents. Well, one of them. "Hey Zu, what's your opinion on the Green Devil?" Mina suddenly asked. "The vigilante? Why are you asking?" Zu asked back. "Well, we got your opinion on Teleki, but this guy is something else. Just curious what you think." Izuku brought his hand up to his chin. He was asked about his opinion of himself. "Well, he's breaking the law by doing hero work without a license, but nothing seriously bad has happened. In fact, he's doing more good than harm. His non-lethal flames are good for intimidating without doing damage, and half a dozen criminals have been arrested thanks to him." Mina put on quizzical faces. "Yeah, he is pretty good at what he does," Mina agreed. "Do you think he could be our age? If he is, then he better not get caught. When I become a hero, I'm working with this guy." Izuku was shocked by what he just heard. "You want to be a hero?" he asked. She nodded enthusiastically. "Uh-huh. Going to UA in a year and a half." Izuku looked stunned for a moment, but smiled at her with warm eyes. "I'm sure you'll be a great hero." His eyes were happier than she'd ever seen, and Mina returned it with a wide grin. They talked about the Green Devil for a while longer. Apparently, Mina wanted to go pro to catch the vigilante herself and make him her sidekick. Zu laughed at that, but he secretly wouldn't mind that. The girl turned her head when she noticed her parents' car approaching. "Hey Zu, come meet my folks." Zu? Her friend had disappeared. He had something important to think about. Hopping from rooftop to rooftop, Izuku sat down and looked at the sunset. He pulled down his mask and hoodie, and wiped a tear from his eye. "Ashido, thank you. You've helped me more than you know, more than I imagined you would. I'm sorry for leaving without a goodbye, but I meant what I said. You will be great a hero." Freedom. Mina cheered as she paraded in the streets with test results in hand. Victory. She cheered as she held her test results. "This is my diploma from graduating the University of Zu." Mina got straight B's on her exams, shocking her parents and her teachers. She wanted to thank her friend for the help, but she couldn't find him anywhere. But it's okay, he knew how ecstatic she was. Standing on the roof of their library, Izuku watched his friends celebrating a couple meters away. He smiled at seeing them so happy. With a solemn smile, he said goodbye as he flew away. On his way to his destination, he passed another missing person poster and left it alone. Yagi residence. Izuku wanted to throw up. The large house in front of him was never his home, but one of his hells. Still, he had been missing for 18 days, and it must have affected his family. He walked to the front door and stared at the doorknob, only 1 inch away from returning to his life as Izuku Yagi. Am I really ready for this? If I go back, it's likely they'll be furious with me, and I'll be worse off than in the streets. Nothing will change. But, things have to have changed. Maybe my absence made them change, and I can have a family. No more bullying, being able to talk to Izumi again, Toshinori and Inko looking at me again. Maybe I'll be able to talk to Ashido too. I can have a normal life. With his hopes up higher than logic, Izuku was about to open the door, but did one thing first. He took out a bottle of water and doused his hair with it. The white hair dye washed off his green tips and highlights. Please don't make me regret this. Izuku muttered to himself as he opened the door slowly. No one was on the ground floor, which is good. Now that he's actually inside, he needed a bit more time to ready himself. He left his large backpack by the open door next to his shoes. He went through the familiar passage. He's spent so many hours there, looking at the table that had the pictures of Nana Shimura and Hisashi Midoriya. The pictures had a small vase of flowers next to them. Izuku felt something was wrong, but he barely gave it a passing glance. If he saw his grandmother and biological father, he might get too emotional. He only noticed wilting flowers next to where Hisashi's portrait was. He treaded softly through the house, trying to be as quiet as possible. It didn't seem like anyone was home. He went upstairs, the area he dreaded most. His parents' and sister's rooms were on that floor. He heard voices coming from Izumi's room. They sounded delighted, and horribly familiar as he listened. He's been showing up in this area the most. We can do a stakeout and catch him in the act. He knew that gruff voice anywhere. Bakugo. He mentally groaned. He heard Izumi's voice as well. He wins by catching people off guard and intimidating them, but we'll get the jump on him. That'll give us a shot at taking him down. Izuku's heart started beating harder as he realized who they were talking about. We'll take down that arrogant bastard who thinks he can do whatever he wants, Katsuki said with gusto. We'll make him talk. He'll tell us where Izuku is. Best of all, taking down the Green Devil will make a killer debut for the next top heroes. Every word they said made Izuku want to throw up, run away, and, to his surprise, beat the crap out of them. Glad to see my favorite people haven't changed. Was that sarcasm? He walked away, thankful that he wasn't noticed. He went back downstairs. Maybe his parents would give him a better response. He sat down and waited for a bit in the living room. They're still so self-centered. Even when I'm missing, they're prioritizing their own glory. What was I thinking rescuing them? Izuku surprised himself with that stray thought. He scolded himself for it, and remembered he was here to try and rejoin his family, but only if he was granted a better life. He noticed that he left the door open, and went to close it. That's when he saw it. On the table that had his late family members' portraits, Hisashi's was nowhere to be seen. Nana's was still well kept, but his father was gone, and his flowers were wilted. Izuku's heart started thumping harder and faster. A thought came to him, and it made him feel like lead. No. Don't tell me. He ran back up the stairs and into his parents' room. He went to Inko's nightstand, and saw there was nothing on top. Mom, please. Tears filled his eyes. He looked in the dresser, and no Hisashi. Izuku went back to the nightstand and opened the drawer with a shaky hand. What he saw filled him with dread, misery, anguish, so many awful feelings. He saw the framed pictures of his father that once decorated various parts of the house and her old wedding ring. Izuku realized what this was. Inko was trying to ignore Hisashi, forget about him. Worse yet, Izuku also found the singed runaway letter he left behind along with the Hisashi memorabilia. He suddenly remembered the night he ran away, when he tried to get everyone's answer, when his final desperate cry for affection was ignored. But it wasn't ignored. Inko gave her response, the answer Izuku wanted so desperately as to why his own mother wouldn't look at him. Because he was born looking like him. Izuku was practically a miniature version of Hisashi. A constant reminder of her failure to save her husband. So that's it. I'm not her son to her, just her failure incarnate. Izuku found a picture of him and Hisashi playing in the yard. He dropped to his knees and cried silently. That's why you won't look at me. Because I remind you of how you failed to protect your husband. I've been neglected because you failed as a hero. Well, Teleki, I guess we can add parenting to your list of failures. Izuku stood up with a dark glare and tears running down his face. He wiped them away before they could leave evidence. He took a picture of him and his father in the yard before putting everything back the way he left it. He walked back out the door, more desperate than ever to leave the household that abandoned him. Tried to forget him and Hisashi. If they don't care, why should I? All I've ever known from them is pain. Well, no more. Rot in hell, Yagis. Izuku flew away, his heart burning and bleeding horribly. He saw yet another missing person poster. He placed his palm on it, and ignited his viridescent flames. He didn't notice it, but there was a smoking dark gray scorch mark in the shape of his hand. 1 year ago, the Yagi household was celebrating the 13th birthday of their daughter, Izumi. Happy birthday, sweetie, Inko said. Look at how big you've grown. Toshinori exclaimed. There was a whole party going on in the backyard, streamers on the fence and trees, a table full of gifts and cards for the girl. But one person wasn't allowed near that table. In fact, he was barely present during the party, despite it being his birthday, too. Izuku was sitting under a tree sadly, watching his parents and some Izumi's friends give her all the attention. The only time he was given any notice was when Toshinori told him to get Izumi's cake from the fridge. Izuku didn't put up a fuss. He was used to being ignored on his birthday. He walked into the house and turned a corner to the kitchen, and found an old man lying on the floor, covered in blood. Ah, he's dead. The old man lifted his head. I'm alive. Ah, he's alive. Izuku sighed and got the old man napkins. Grandpa Torino, don't you ever get tired of this old gag? He asked his step-dad's old mentor. You're the one who screams every time, don't you get tired of that? He shot back. Anyway, what are you doing in here, kid? Party's over there. Go join your sister who has worse memory than me. A lot of the times Gran Torino came to visit, Izumi forgot who he was. Toshi covered for her, saying she was joking, but she definitely is not his favorite grandchild. I was just getting the cake, he said in an uneven voice trying to hold something together. Did someone say cake? A female voice spoke up. Izuku looked behind him and his jaw dropped. Strutting into his kitchen was the R-rated heroine in UA. Heroics teacher. Midnight. Lucky me, I didn't miss the best part. Izuku was completely flabbergasted as to why a pro was in his kitchen, and of all the ones, the hottest he'd ever seen. Gran Torino had to restart him with a cane to his cranium. Midnight, he gasped. The one and only. Let me guess, Izuku right? Happy birthday, dear. Izuku felt his heart doing leaps as happy tears filled his eyes. Thanks. What are you doing here? Midnight kneeled down in front of the boy. Didn't your dad tell you? He's going to start teaching at UA in 2 years. He invited me as a special guest. Izuku couldn't believe what he was hearing. He was overwhelmingly happy with this surprise, but something didn't feel right. Dad never told me he'd be teaching at UA. It was probably supposed to be a surprise. I can't believe I'm meeting you. I've got so many questions. What's UA like? What's the curriculum like? Midnight giggled and stopped his excited questions with a finger on his lips. Don't worry, hun, we'll get to your questions later. For now, let's enjoy the party. I haven't met your sister yet. Izuku's smile and blush dimmed significantly. Right, sorry. He pulled the cake out of the fridge and Midnight held his hand. Mind being my usher? She winked playfully. Izuku was a blushing mess again as they walked out with Gran Torino following. Most of the kids had a similar reaction to Izuku when Midnight arrived. She met Izumi and Katsuki, and found them less pleasant than Izuku. When it came to blowing out the candles, Izuku was on the far end of the table. Midnight didn't think twice before pulling him into her side, and sneaking him close enough to see Izumi blow out her candles. When the cake was cut, and everyone had a share, Izumi approached Midnight with her parents in tow. Midnight, guess what? I'm gonna be going to UA one day. Maybe you can be my teacher. The dominatrix smiled at the enthusiasm the girl radiated. Oh my, reaching for the stars are we. Well, I hope you're prepared for the grueling hard work. Izumi just smiled and threw her hands behind her head. Please, my quirk is so strong, it'll be a piece of cake. Midnight was put off by her arrogance, more so that Toshinori and Inko didn't disagree. If you say so. What about Izuku, will he be joining you? I think he'd make a delightful pupil. Suddenly, the Yagis didn't meet her gaze and the mood dropped. He won't, it's impossible for him. Toshi uttered. He's quirkless. Izumi spat. Midnight looked at them with a stern gaze. There's no rule stating that you need a quirk to be a hero. He's as welcome as anyone to give it his best. The parents looked at her in surprise, but Izumi seemed a bit more ticked off. You can't be serious. He'll only get in the way. Midnight looked down at her in a disapproving glare. You should be careful, or it'll be your unchecked ego getting in others' way. Midnight took off to look for Izuku. She found the quirkless boy being harassed by a blonde punk. What the hell was fucking Midnight doing with you? She came out here holding your hand, explained Deku. Izuku just held his hands up defensively. She just wanted me to usher her, Kachan. That's it, I was just walking her in. Before Katsuki could continue his envy-fueled interrogation, said Pro showed up to stop him. Pardon me, but this isn't the time or place for playing rough, boys. Katsuki turned around slowly to see the heroine looming over him intimidatingly. For once, he didn't say anything. Izuku, let's go. Midnight gestured towards the house. You wanted to know more about me, right? I'd like some privacy for that. Izuku's face brightened as he nodded and followed the perplet, leaving behind Izumi and Katsuki in shock and dejection. This is a nice room. Midnight said as she sat down on the bed. It's my sister's room. Izuku said from the doorway. I'm not allowed in here. Midnight noticed he was shaking slightly, like he was afraid. Of his own twin sister. Honey, that girl is spoiled enough that I think it's okay for you to be in her room while she's partying outside. Izuku folded and walked in. At least she didn't ask about his room. This may be rude of me, she started as she gave herself a fork of cake. But your sister and her blonde friend are very unpleasant people. As a teacher, I'm used to kids, so I know when someone needs a lesson in humility. Izuku looked down a bit, but couldn't deny what she said. I don't disagree, but their arrogance isn't unearned. Izumi has telekinesis that could surpass our mom, and Kachan has powerful explosions. They're ambitious and have the powers to become heroes. Izuku, those two are powerful, but far from heroic. If harassing innocent people and looking down on others makes a hero, I wouldn't have thrown so many villains in jail. Izuku's eyes widened. Midnight had basically compared Izumi and Bakugo to villains. She swallowed another bite of cake and patted the spot on the bed next to her. Now, enough about them. Go on, ask me anything you want. Nothing is off limits. Izuku had an atomic blush as he sat down next to the older lady. Before he started, she excused herself to go get something. She came back a minute later with a clean fork. I noticed you didn't have any cake. You can enjoy mine, hun. Izuku smiled warmly and accepted the kindness of the dominatrix. After getting back on the topic of heroes, the two of them were talking for hours. Stuff about UA, other heroes, the role heroes have to protect the people. Midnight was easily making this the best birthday Izuku ever had. So when it was time for her to leave, of course he was sad, but still thankful that she indulged him. Hold on, you've got a bit of cake on your face, she pointed out. Where? Izuku asked as he ran his hand along his bottom jaw. Midnight kneeled beside him and kissed his cheek. Izuku immediately froze and burned up when he felt her soft lips pressing against his face. When she disconnected, she had a gentle smile and caring blue eyes. Happy birthday, Izuku. Present. That was the best birthday I ever had. I guess it's not so unorthodox that I would dream about my old life today of all days. Ack. Gasp. Hack. A man choked. Sorry, I just got lost in my own head. The green devil had pinned a robber to the wall by his throat and was choking him with a fiery hand. He was up at 3 a.m. with no desire to fall back asleep, afraid of what his mind will conjure up. He engulfed the man in green flames that spread across his body, and tightened his grip on his throat. It wasn't long before he lost consciousness, and was left next to a pay phone for the police to pick up. The first thing that Izuku does on his birthday, fight scum. The last thing he wants is to relive the past. 1:15 p.m. In his civilian alter ego, Izuku was walking among the people with dead eyes. He sorely regretted going back home. After so many years of wondering, he finally got an answer. His mother refused to look at him because he reminded her of her husband she failed to protect. His existence is a slap in her face, despite the fact that he never did anything wrong. If that's how she really feels, why does she bother putting up a front about wanting me back? Guilt. Where was that when she ignored my cries? Crash. Asterisk. The sound of a villain attack grabbed the boy's attention. He ran to where it came from before anyone else. He saw a giant villain being taken care of by Mount Lady. I could use a healthy distraction, Izuku thought as he watched with the crowd. Next to him was a girl his age with chestnut brown hair in a bob cut. Mount Lady was faring extremely well in her fight, even doing provocative poses as she threw her punches. Izuku noticed something no one else did, though. As she was going for a high kick to knock the villain out, her footing was off. And if she took a tumble, a nearby building would be crushed. He ran out of the crowd, eliciting the confusion of the brunette next to him. Say good night. Mount Lady delivered her final attack, and just as Izuku predicted, began falling backward. Izuku was positioned behind her, and just in front of the building. Nobody would see him as he used his quirk. He rose up into the air and shot two large flames from his hands that took form as a much larger pair of flaming hands. He caught Mount Lady before she could graze the building. But he wasn't paying attention to how fast she was falling. His hands were aimed for her back, but he missed and caught her by her ginormous ass. The worst part is he could feel them as if he was touching with his bare hands. And since Mount Lady was flustered, she didn't make the effort to regain her footing. So Izuku was stuck sinking his hands into her creamy behind. Before it could get worse from there, Mount Lady felt infinitely lighter. Light enough for Izuku to push back to her feet. Once she was fine, he immediately retracted his hands, covered his face with his arms and breathed heavily. I know I asked for a distraction, but not like that. This was turning out to be one hell of a 14th birthday. He was so flustered, he didn't even notice the pro dragging him off for questioning. What the hell was that, you little perv? Izuku didn't completely hear her, still absorbing the fact that he touched a woman in such a way. It was indirect and by accident, but the feeling was burned into his hands. Before Mount Lady could speak up again, she saw his eyes. They weren't aroused or fearful, they were in a glare. Like he was internally berating himself worse than she could. Hey, are you okay? Izuku finally met her eyes, letting her see the bags underneath, before turning away. You were about to crash into that building. I was trying to catch you. Mount Lady couldn't detect any lies or alternate intentions. If she had caused more collateral damage, she would have gotten into huge trouble. No pun intended. Okay, but what's the deal with her? She pointed at a brunette who was vomiting in a pot plant. Mount Lady took the kids to a cafe to get some snacks and calm them down enough for a real conversation. There were 2 cups of green tea, an order of mochi and a strawberry shortcake on their table, courtesy of Mount Lady. The pro held her hands together in front of her mouth as the kids explained their sides of the story. Thanks so much for saving my butt. I would have been screwed if I had crushed that building. The brunette named Ochako Uraraka sipped her tea to clear her stomach. It was nothing, although it would have been a great opportunity for my family's company. She muttered the last part. Company? Izuku asked. Ochako ran her hands through her hair. Why yeah, it's not something I'm exactly comfortable with discussing, but we're not exactly in a comfortable financial place. Mount Lady, coming from the sticks herself, could empathize with the zero-gravity girl. Well, since you helped save a hero, I think you deserve a reward. I'll write you a check from my agency. Uraraka, right. Ochako was taken aback by the sudden generosity. What? No, that's okay, you don't have to, bup. The creamy blonde stopped her by placing a finger on her lips. I insist. Honestly, I'd feel guilty not repaying you for what you went through to help me. One thing about being a hero, always accept your fans' gifts. Izuku was just as surprised by the pro as Uraraka was. He initially saw her as a vain, self-centered, narcissistic attention hog. And she is. Anyway, I only acted after I saw Zu jump in the danger zone. Mount Lady turned to the young man at their table. Speaking of, you sure you're okay with just the tea? Zu nodded his head. I'm fine with just this. I'm not really hungry right now. The creamy blonde winked at him. Right, I wouldn't be either after all the cake you got your hands on. Zu blushed under his mask and looked away. After their meal was paid for, they got ready to go their separate ways, but Izuku was stopped by a tap on his shoulder. Here, you can have our leftovers, Uraraka said cheerfully, holding out a pink paper box with a purple string wrapped around it. I told you, I don't need any. Mount Lady pushed it into his hands. Just take it, this is the least you deserve. Izuku accepted the shortcake and mochi leftovers. Thank you, I appreciate it. Uraraka gave him an infectious, bright smile. Mount Lady put a finger on her chin. Do me a favor and get some rest. Izuku looked at her in confusion. What do you mean by that? Just saying, you're not gonna pull a lot of girls with those bags under your pretty eyes. Zu blushed faintly. He bid Uraraka and the pro goodbye. He opened his leftover box and looked at the tasty-looking snacks. He ate with the fork Mount Lady gave him. In that moment, Izuku realized something. Did I just have a date with a cute girl my age and a sexy pro hero? He also realized the chopsticks he got from Mount Lady were the same ones that went in Uraraka's mouth. Happy birthday to me. That night, Izuku was feeling surprisingly good about himself. He can't remember a time he felt better. He saved a building from being demolished, he went on a date with two beautiful girls, and to wrap it up, he had emerged victorious in a 4-on-1 fight with only a few scrapes and scratches. Yes sir, he felt incredible. Something's gonna go wrong, he said, but the unconscious scum didn't hear him. He knew that, whenever he climbed too high, someone or something would come by to smack him down. He thought about his vigilantism. Criminals were starting to fear him, and would band together to take him down. They tried that, and they were light work for the Green Devil. The police and heroes are looking for him, but it's thanks to him that the streets are becoming safer, so it's doubtful he'd face too harsh a punishment. That's assuming if he ever gets caught. So what's this awful feeling in my chest? Suddenly, he felt a pulling force remove his respirator. His sharpened reflexes allowed him to catch it before it flew away, and he covered his mouth with his free hand. Telekinetic pull. Damn it, I should have known. At the opposite end of the alley, Izuku saw two people he hoped to never see again. Found ya, bastard. Hands in the air, devil. So much for a happy birthday. That burning in his chest returned. Earlier in the day, typically, birthdays are wonderful days of celebration, joy and laughter. Family and friends coming together to celebrate the birth of whoever is near and dear to them. However, this is not the case for Izumi Yagi. Due to her twin brother's disappearance and the emergence of the so-called Green Devil, her parents were too busy doing hero work or work with the police. That's why we're gonna take down that vigilante bastard, Katsuki said, igniting his palms. Despite being an egocentric narcissist, he is surprisingly clever. Based on the places of the most recent strikings the vigilante has had, he deduced that the Green Devil has been moving toward an area close to them. Instead of going to the police with this hunch, the two of them decided it would be better if they handled an outlaw without any certification. This guy was first seen around here when Izuku disappeared. He might know something about where he is. We'll make him talk, Izumi said. Plus, this'll be our big debut, catching a vigilante the heroes and police couldn't. Katsuki said. Present. And that's how the three of them found themselves in a dark alley. Izumi and Bakugo were facing the Green Devil, ready to beat him into submission. Izuku, on the other hand, felt his emotions rising higher, but he kept his heart in check. His mouth was still being covered by his hand so he wouldn't be recognized. No more running, ya bastard. Katsuki yelled with sparks coming out of his palms. You're gonna wish the pros arrested you when we're done. Izumi spoke up. Tell us what you did to my brother. Izuku didn't know whether to feel angry or touched. On the one hand, Izumi seemed to be blaming the vigilante for what happened to him, not taking any responsibility for her actions. And Bakugo seemed to be prioritizing personal glory over doing what was actually right. But on the other, she seemed truly concerned about her brother. Izuku closed his eyes and slowly lowered his hand from his mouth. Suddenly, green flames emerged from his mouth and created a scarf of sorts that covered from his nose to his collarbone. Two ends flowed behind him. He opened his eyes and they glowed with his quirk, too. The hair covering his forehead rose due to the literal fire in his eyes. He masked his voice, making it slightly deeper and rough. "What are you doing here?" A simple question. Izumi and Bakugo momentarily froze at the familiarity of his voice, and the flames surrounding his mouth. "Leave." The devil spoke again, attaching his respirator to his hip. He shifted his position and let them see the four unconscious men lit by cold flames. Despite his triumph, Katsuki still held his victory-hungry smile. "We're not like the street trash you like to hang out with." He lunged at the green devil with his right arm cocked back. Izumi was behind and threw small objects to back the blonde up. So obvious. Izuku internally sighed. He effortlessly dodged the incoming projectiles, and blocked Katsuki's right hook with his forearm coated in protective fire. "Is this how you thank someone for saving your life?" The moment he made contact, Bakugo froze. "This is your only warning. Stay away from me." Bakugo was pulled back by Izumi, clutching his chest. "What the fuck? How am I afraid of this guy? Damn his quirk. Kachan, are you okay?" Izumi asked as the boy stood up shakily, his grin wobbly and forced. "Yeah, it'll take more than mind games to stop me." Izuku squinted his eyes. "So you say, but you're clearly rattled. That pride of yours won't let you think rationally. You'll come charging at me again without a plan and wind up a trembling mess." As he finished his internal monologue, Izumi flew up into the air. "Bastard," she yelled as she came down with fist. Izuku crossed his arms above his head to block. He hardly felt an impact on his arms, but there was enough force to make him kneel and kick up dust around them. She used telekinesis to increase the strength of her punch, but it's only increasing the knockback instead of the damage. "You need more training," he mocked her. "You need to shut the fuck up," Katsuki yelled, charging at the devil with a sparking hand. Izuku grabbed Izumi's arm and threw her into Katsuki. The two of them crashed into a wall with a strong thud. "Are we done here?" Izuku asked in a condescending voice. The brats looked at him with angry eyes. "If so, then leave. Go back to your families before they get worried." Izumi's eyes widened when he said that. All she could think about was her twin brother. It made her clench her teeth in anger. "Damn you." She jumped off of Bakugo and tried swinging another fist. Izuku sidestepped and pushed her to the ground. "We're not done," Katsuki yelled from behind. Izuku merely tilted his head to the side, avoiding a point-blank explosion. "Predictable," he uttered coldly. He grabbed Bakugo's arm and threw him over his shoulder. The explosive teen was left in shock at how easily he could read his attacks. He and Izumi were on the ground, shaking and unable to see a way to victory. The green devil is fast, has good defense and can instill fear like it's nothing. "Izumi," Bakugo whispered, "set me up." The green-haired girl nodded. Moving as fast as she could, she lifted the vigilante off the ground. Izuku could have used his flames to fly out of the invisible hold, but he didn't. He couldn't. This feeling of being helplessly suspended in the air made him lock up. It brought back too many awful memories. Like that day, he was so distracted, he didn't notice Bakugo jumping at him. "You're mine." He unleashed a powerful blast square on Izuku's chest. The entire alley lit up with an orange burst of light as the boy was sent flying backwards. As he fell with a burning pain on his body, he couldn't stop his heart from beating wildly. It all came back. Those horrid memories of abuse. He landed on his feet in a crouching position, one hand on his smoking chest and another on the ground. He hunched in on himself, breathing heavily. Izumi and Katsuki looked down at him, feeling proud of themselves all over again. "How'd you like that, you piece of shit?" Katsuki taunted. "That's not all you've got, right? Come on, show us what you can do." Izumi taunted. The smoke coming from Izuku's chest didn't die out. In fact, the smoke was more prominent and beginning to hiss. Getting impatient, Katsuki rocketed at the seemingly despondent opponent with another powerful blast. That was a mistake. Just as he set off the explosion, Izuku caught his hand in his, their fingers intertwining. The explosion was mostly blocked, with the vigilantes barely feeling the heat. You're going to wish you hadn't done that. Katsuki was taken aback, but then started crying out in pain. His hand was being crushed and burned. Izuku pulled back his hand from his chest, and ignited it in green flames. He unleashed a powerful punch right in Katsuki's stomach. The flames drove his fist forward for a harder hit, and a wave of green fire following it blew him back. He rolled over a bit, spitting up and gasping for air. The damage Izuku dealt left him practically paralyzed. The most noteworthy thing is that Katsuki's shirt had a hole burned through it and burn marks on his gut. What the fuck happened to cold flames? The news said he can't burn anything. What did you do to him? Izumi yelled. Nothing he didn't deserve. He answered coldly. Izumi tried to grab him again, but Izuku reacted quickly enough. He unleashed a wave of condensed fire, thick enough to act as cover. Meaning Izumi's telekinesis would grab the flames instead of him. The moss ball groaned. The heat was rising on an already warm night. The same debilitating effect was there, but weaker. She tried flying up to see where the devil went. He found him hovering above her with flames on his feet. Before Izumi could react, Izuku pulled back his flaming hand. However, this one was different from the blow he dealt Katsuki. A large hand of green fire grabbed Izumi. She was swallowed by the fire construct and endured scorching heat that left burns all over her body. Izuku used the fist to punch down on Katsuki again with a bright green burst of heat. The two of them were smoky, battered and broken on the ground. Izuku hovered down and looked at their pathetic forms. He began to cool down and the flames were mostly put out. Katsuki and Izumi shakily sat back up. Izuku sighed. "Why are you here?" he asked again. The two of them still had the will to fight despite the difference in their strength. "Why, you fucking moron? Why do you think?" Katsuki groaned. "You're an outlawed bastard who thinks he can do whatever he wants. We are gonna stop you, 'cause it's what heroes do," Izumi said. Izuku felt his heart begin to burn at the use of that word. Heroes. Firstly, you're far too weak to be able to fight me. Face it, you can't live up to your own hype. Second, you're hypocrites, not heroes. You're doing the exact same thing I'm doing. You don't have the authority to take me down, but you think you can do whatever you want, too. What's will be your excuse when go home bruised and burned? Izumi and Katsuki didn't answer him, but felt unsure of themselves. What they were doing made them like him. It pissed them off that he was right. Arg! The green devil suddenly screamed in pain. A sharp piece of discarded glass had cut a diagonal line from his jawline across right cheek. He covered the wound with his hands as blood seeped into his palm and through his fingers. He had just learned the hard way that his flames were protective against blunt force, but sharp objects could cut through with relative ease. At the entrance of the alley, a womanly figure in a tight supersuit was seen. Katsuki and Izumi looked surprised but not exactly relieved or happy. Izuku had the worst scowl beneath his flaming mouth cover. "Izumi, Katsuki, are you two okay?" Teleki was unintentionally stoking the green devil's fire. As usual, he was ignored in favor of the child prodigies. When Inko saw the burns and bruises on the brats, she looked at the wounded vigilante in great anger. "What did you do to these kids?" She screamed in anger which paled in comparison to the boy in front of her. "Nothing they didn't bring on themselves." Teleki was taken aback slightly. "What are you talking about?" Behind her, Izumi and Bakugo were glaring at Izuku angrily and nervously. "Why don't you ask the ones who came and attacked me first? The arrogant punks who think they're above the law, cowering behind you." Inko momentarily glanced back at the two, but refuted the devil's claims. Although, his words were starting to seep through a crack. "That's right, I'm talking to you too. You come at me full of hot air, but the moment you realize I'm not a pushover, you hide behind someone who can back up her words. Well, what's wrong? Lost your nerve?" Izuku knew what he was saying would provoke them. Striking their egos always does it. In the past, he kept his mouth shut. But now, having the opportunity to finally get his true feelings out, it was oddly exhilarating. His temper flared as the emotions he was forced to hold back erupted in waves. And smoke. So you admit to being weaklings who need someone else to save them? Or do you admit you're idiots who are no better than me? That was the last straw. Before Inko knew it, Bakugo and Izumi charged at the devil violently. Shut you, Katsuki shouted. Damn you. Izumi yelled. FWOOSH. The two of them were blown away by a sudden, massive eruption of green fire. The viridescent flames consumed the entire alley in an instant. Inko barely had the time to get herself and the kids out of the way. What is this? His flames are supposed to be chilling. But this heat, it's on par with Endeavor. Teleki thought. On the ground, the Green Devil's explosion of fury had set everything alight, including the four unconscious thugs. They groaned in pain momentarily before their throats and lungs, and the rest of their bodies became charred lumps of meat and bone. Izuku hardly even noticed his flames went from bone chilling to flesh melting. His eyes were focused on the people above him who had ruined his childhood and forced him to run away. It happened again. You found these two in the middle of ruining my life, and took their side again. Has nothing changed? He glared intensely at Izumi and Bakugo. It was a mistake letting you live. The pillar of flames spiked up dramatically in heat and size, before dispersing into green embers. Teleki hovered above where the Green Devil was and surveyed the damage. The entire alley was reduced to cinders, a nearby dumpster melted. There were small green flames that flickered on the pavement that would eventually die out. A silver respirator was left where the devil stood. The worst of it was the four thugs he'd knocked out before anyone arrived. They were reduced to smoldering heaps of charred flesh and bone, completely unrecognizable. The entire alley reeked of burnt bodies. That sick bastard, Katsuki growled. Cold flames, my ass. He's been hiding his abilities to trick us, Izumi said. Inko was preoccupied by what she saw before the eruption of heat. The Green Devil had taunted Izumi and Bakugo into attacking him, but something didn't sit right with her. Did they really try to attack him first? But they're not pros yet, they don't have the authority. And they seemed so violent before he put up his flames. For the first time, Inko questioned her trust in the prodigal children. Meanwhile, Izuku was traveling above the city at high speeds, flying above everything instead of jumping to and from rooftops. He came to a stop behind an apartment complex. He noticed there was a smoke trail where he landed with a skid. What happened to me back there? He wondered as his fire mask came undone. He ignited his quirk in his left hand, and touched a discarded newspaper. It burned, he could tell by the black smoke. There's heat to my flames now, he thought to himself as the newspaper was turned to ash. The fire didn't go out, and spread to the cold concrete. Fire that burns on any surface. Izuku took out his water bottle and doused the fire. It hissed and died down. But it wasn't completely put out. It took more than a regular fire would need to go out. Let's see. My flames were their normal cold until Bakugo blasted me. I just remember getting really angry and beating them up. It made my blood boil to see they haven't changed. And then when Teleki came and took their side, as always. Izuku clenched his fist as smoke escaped from it. He understood that his power is tied to his emotional state. Then his eyes widened as the realization of what he'd done hit him. Those criminals. I burned them to death. Throughout his entire life, Izuku had never once thought of taking someone else's life. And he took 4. He felt guilty, despite the fact that it never would have happened if Bakugo, Yagi and Teleki hadn't shown up. He looked at his hands and saw blood drop on his right hand. He forgot about the cut Teleki inflicted. Suddenly, he lit his thumb with a hot flame. I deserve this. Izuku growled and hissed in burning, agonizing pain. He dragged his flaming thumb across the cut on his cheek, sealing the wound in the most painful of ways. Cauterization. He panted heavily when the job was done, but he still couldn't allow himself reprieve. He found a piece of broken glass near him. 4 lives. The act of cutting his and dragging the glass across his right hand 4 times until it bled wasn't half as painful as what came next. Izuku engulfed his bleeding hand in searing hot flames, punishing himself severely for taking the lives of those men. For all he knew, they could have changed and become better men with better futures. He robbed them of their futures. When his wounds were melded shut, he inspected the damage. His right hand was a smoking atrocity of its past self. Even if some of the damage faded, the scars would certainly be permanent. He saw his reflection in the water. Dark bags under his eyes, a foul grimace and a newly cauterized scar on his right cheek. He put his hand in the puddle, causing steam to rise. He picked himself up and prepared to fly away before someone saw him. Before he could do so, he saw another missing person poster for Izuku Yagi. What happened next was without a second thought. He placed his good hand on the poster and reduced it to ash. Meanwhile, how delicious. A man enveloped in darkness chuckled to himself. I wish I could have seen more after, but I can't use the clairvoyance quirk when my pawns are no longer alive. You surprised me yet again, Green Devil. I do hope your next family reunion will be just as entertaining as this was. HM. Bitter, spiteful, furious, hateful. These are the feelings running through Zu's entire being as he stared at the news on his phone. Green Devil attacks children. The vigilante menace known as the Green Devil has severely injured 2 middle school kids in a dark alley the other night. The victims were covered in severe burns and bruises before the number 30 hero, Teleki, arrived on the scene. Apparently, the vigilante has the ability to make his trademark green flames burn with intensity. In what could be described as a volcanic eruption, he incinerated 4 disarmed men on the ground, already incapable of defending themselves. The victims are Katsuki Bakugo and Izumi Yagi. It hardly came as a surprise to Izuku that he would be painted as the bad guy while the brats received sympathy and praise for their bravery. It's the same infuriating story on loop. The only thing keeping Izuku from exploding with fury is that he knows the victims aren't pleased about being pitied by others. Most people feel bad for them, saying they're just kids. He knows that'll cut them down. The faux white and black-haired boy walked through the streets under the hot sun with the coldest eyes imaginable. As he walked, a familiar truck passed him by, and he locked eyes with the driver. Toshinori Yagi. For the split second their eyes connected, the world froze. Both men's hearts stopped beating. Just one moment between them lasted an eternity. Zu saw the direction Toshinori was driving in. The same hospital Bakugo and Izumi were kept in. He's going to see them. Izuku clenched his good hand into a tight fist. He's worried about them, being a parent to them. He clenched his other hand, ignoring the pain of a wound that hadn't fully healed yet. The burning in his chest returned, causing him to debate setting Toshinori's truck on fire. Regardless, he held himself back, and walked away with hellish green eyes and an aura that kept everyone at arm's length. This was meant to be a simple trip to the mall for new shoes. If he was going to run into people from his past, he needs to eliminate a recognizable feature, his red sneakers. They could work for his civilian alter ego, but not the Green Devil. The last battle caused them to suffer burns from his explosion of rage. Izuku walked into a clothing store and browsed around. He saw a section for hero-themed items, and unsurprisingly, he saw All Might's face. The face of another who had brushed him away like he was nothing. He released a small growl as he reached for a pair of black men's combat boots. Are you okay? He whipped his head to his side, and was met with the concerned raven eyes of a black-haired girl. She immediately took a step back when met with his intimidating eyes. Izuku's eyes softened ever so slightly. His burning heart cooled down a bit as he looked at the girl's features. Her eyes, her hair, she looks like. The young lady looked away, a bit frightened by his intense stare. Why, you seem like something is bothering you. Her voice, while shaky, was dignified, as were her clothes. Though she appeared to be at least a year older than him judging by the height difference in her prodigious proportions. Izuku turned away from her and walked past her. I'm fine. His voice came out hoarse. The young lady wasn't convinced by his words. Outside the store, Izuku was lost in thought. She was concerned about me, but she was clearly put off by my demeanor. And her looks, she was like a younger version of Ew, poor. His thoughts were interrupted by a mocking holler by 2 approaching teens. Dang, dude, look at this guy's kicks. One of them pointed at Izuku's partially burned sneakers. Right, where'd you get the dumpster? They both laughed. Izuku knew these pricks from Aldera, even if they didn't recognize him. Today was not the day for this, so he pushed his way through them. Not so fast. There's no way you can afford whatever's in that bag. We'll take it off your hands before you can steal it. He was grabbed by the back of his hoodie and his bandaged hand, which made him wince. The pain that shot through his body from there was almost paralyzing. This feeling of helplessness while bullies held him down. It was all too familiar. He was breathing heavier and having trouble moving his body. Despite how much physically stronger he is than them, he still has mental issues derived from a decade of torment. He craned his head, looking desperately for someone who saw him. His eyes once again met the girl's. This time, his eyes were begging for help. And she turned away and ran around the corner. Izuku's heart broke and everything around him faded away. He was frozen and alone, unable to move and with no one who cared enough to do anything. She left. She's like the others. Beneath layers of deep-seated fear, anxiety and distress, something else was roiling in his core. She left me behind, ignored my pain. Not again. In a sudden surge of strength not derived from his quirk, but pure, raw emotion, Izuku dropped his bag and crushed the hands holding him. Not again, he muttered to himself, ignoring the pained groans of the scumbags behind him. Hold it, a new voice interjected. A mall cop ran up to the boys, and set his sights on the two with damaged hands. Officer, this thief stole from that store and assaulted us. Izuku was too lost in his own head to refute that. The mall cop didn't seem convinced at all by the story. Really now? Well, I would be inclined to ask further, if this young lady didn't tell me everything she saw. From behind the mall cop was the girl that ran away before. Izuku's eyes widened. She hadn't abandoned him, she went to get help. The girl found Izuku's receipt in his bag, and the mall cop took away the two that harassed him. That just left him and the girl, who tried to hand him back his purchased boots. I'm sorry I left you, but I had to find someone with the authority to intervene. Izuku didn't talk right away, still reeling from the situation and the apologetic look on her face. He searched every inch of her face to find any deceit or ulterior motive. There was nothing but pure concern. For him. His breathing became hitched, and his vision blurred. Damn it, not now, don't cry, you weakling. Izuku growled as he clenched his eyes shut and put his left hand over his eyes. He dug his nails into his face, and he would have bled if a gentle hand hadn't touched the back of his. He was once again met with gentle eyes. Let's get some air. She led Izuku outside the mall on a nearby bench where he cried almost silently. He only released sharp gasps and occasional whimpers. It broke the Ravenette's heart that he still felt like he had to keep up walls, keep from breaking down into a mess. She gave him a handkerchief to wipe his red eyes. Gee, thank you. Of course. Izuku dabbed the last of his tears away, and they were left in silence. I'm not fine. He finally admitted to her. I can see that. Would you mind talking about it? I'm a good listener. Izuku glanced at her, still unable to understand where this kindness was coming from. What's your name? He asked. Momo Yaoyorozu. And yours? I'm Zu. He almost gave her his real name. Those guys that grabbed me were from Aldera, they're bullies. I had a feeling. Zu didn't look at her, and instead at his hands. I've put in training to get stronger, but I have issues. So when you left while they held me, I felt powerless all over again. But then you came back, with help, gee that was. What should be expected of someone who witnesses unjust cruelty? Momo finished for him. Zu held his right wrist in his left hand. I wish more people thought like you do. Momo looked at him with saddened eyes. She wanted to reach out and touch him, let him know a gentle touch after what he'd experienced. Did you say Aldera? The same school Bakugo and Yagi go to. Izuku trembled at the mere mention of their names, and cursed himself for it. You must have heard about their encounter with the Green Devil, he said bitterly. I did. I feel so bad for them, having been in such an ordeal. Izuku's hands shook with barely suppressed anger. Yaoyorozu, you're a good person. Momo smiled a little, but could feel a but coming. But you're wasting your energy concerning yourself about them. Of all the countless scumbags that make up Aldera, those two are the worst. They arrogantly proclaiming being heroes, but they use their quirks to keep others beneath them. They're especially cruel to the weakest links. I promise you, They are the last people that deserve your sympathy. Momo studied his body language carefully. Hunched form, tightly grasping his bandaged wrist, most telling were his eyes. Dark bags and bloodshot from stress and lack of sleep is intimidating enough. But his glare carried the heat of 1,000 suns. She gulped before speaking up again. Why were you so surprised that I didn't turn a blind eye at you? Zhu put his left hand on his face. I'm more surprised you didn't join them in picking on me. Nobody's ever done what you did for me. Momo was greatly shocked by this revelation. What, not even your parents? Izuku grit his teeth. Like they even care enough to ask. That can't be true. I'm sure your relationship with them must be difficult, but all you need to do is have an honest conversation with them. I'm sure they still. Don't you dare give me that. Momo jumped at his sudden yell. If they really cared, would they ever ask why I kept coming home burned and bruised? Would they neglect to call me for dinner and let me starve for countless nights? Would they put on a grand birthday for their favorite child, and then forget they even had me? You don't have the slightest idea what kind of house I ran away from. You think mixing words is enough to heal these scars? I've tried more times than I can remember to connect with them. You don't know how many cries for help have fallen on deaf ears in that appalling excuse for a home. Momo was completely speechless during his tirade. Zu's terrifying glare was now directed at her, with tears falling like waterfalls. His hand pulled his mask down below his nose, and Momo got a peek at the scar on his right cheek. I know what I am in that family, and trust me, I am not their son. A sheltered creature like you doesn't know the first thing about me. Both of them were silent after that end part. Zu's tears stopped flowing, and his heart slowed down. He looked straight at Momo, and saw tears building up in her eyes. In an instant, the bonfire in Izuku's heart was overcome by a tsunami wave of guilt. He quickly picked up his shopping bag and ran away from her. Wait, Yaoyorozu held out her hand and yelled. But it was too late. She lost him in the crowd. His furious words echoed in her head. Yaoyorozu brought up a hand to wipe her tears away. Izuku flew up to a nearby rooftop. He was looking down at Momo as she wept. What's wrong with you? She showed you nothing but kindness, and this is how you repay her. He turned away from the edge and pulled down his mask to wipe his tears on his sleeve. He remembered that he partially removed his mask in front of her. I even made her look at my unsightly scar. Damn. That was his last thought before fleeing from the first person to help him with his bullies. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu walked back to the bench she and Zu shared with puffy eyes. Nobody's ever helped him, not even his parents. I just assumed his situation without knowing everything. I probably don't know the half of it, and I still tried to lecture him. He must hate me now. Momo buried her face in her hands, feeling a few more tears welling up. Momo. She looked up and saw her family limo, with her parents looking at her through the window. Momo tried to collect herself and join them, but it was painfully obvious that she was crying. Sweetheart, what's wrong? Her father asked. Momo thought carefully about what to say to them. On the one hand, she wanted to tell them about everything Zu told her, but that wouldn't exactly be useful. She couldn't call the authorities on his family without knowing his real name. Besides, blabbing about his awful past would be another slap in his face from her. After some deliberation, she opened her mouth to speak. Mother, father, do you know what goes on in Aldera Middle School? That afternoon. This is odd, a detective muttered to himself as he sipped his coffee. He stood at his desk with reports about the Green Devil, including one from Teleki. His door opened, and in walked a skinny blonde man. Tsukauchi, how goes the investigation? He asked. I'm not sure, but I'm surprised you're here. How are the kids? You visited them in the hospital, right? Toshinori nodded. Izumi and Katsuki admitted to going after the Green Devil on their own. I told them that was brave but irresponsible without having backup or telling anyone. I think they were trying to take him in as a gift for Inko. A faint smile appeared on the blonde man's face. A little soft, but okay. So they're getting discharged this week. They're children, only in middle school, and they went through something scarring. But yes, and I still have more to say to them. He clenched his fist while saying that. Tsukauchi nodded. You know what, you should go home. I can handle this for now, you should be looking after your wife. I'm sure she's working herself extra hard to find that vigilante. Toshinori looked surprised. Are you sure? Yeah, take care. Tsukauchi almost pushed his friend out the door, and went back to his investigation into the Green Devil. Sorry Toshi, but if I'm right, your biased feelings will make this difficult. He went back to his desk and pulled out a medical file. Let's start with you, Izuku Yagi. 14 years of age, born quirkless, attended Aldera. You disappeared the same night green flames were discovered. Tsukauchi then turned to the papers he had on the Green Devil. Not much is known about him, other than he has a unique mind quirk in the form of cold flames. Inflicting mental suffering on others by means of fire that doesn't burn. Out of hundreds of thousands of quirks, this one isn't in our database. Tsukauchi then looked at the report he received from Teleki. Your victims up till now have been thugs and criminals, none severely injured and all of them quaking at the mere mention of you. But this tells a different story. 4 men burned to death by your power, because you were attacked by children and a hero. Quirks have been known to evolve under stressful situations, but what connection could you have with 2 random kids? From what Teleki told me, he has the voice and stature of a child no older than her daughter. That alone has unsettling implications. There are still many unknowns about his quirk, and if he is a child, he has immeasurable room for growth. He picked up a missing person poster. Quirks grow in strength and complexity with each generation, and late bloomers are a possibility. But they're usually between 7 and 9. I need more information before I can start making assumptions. Tsukauchi stood up from his desk and looked out his office window. The way the detective saw it, there were 2 possibilities. Izuku Yagi was kidnapped on his way home, as Toshinori suggested. Possibly dead, or Izuku ran away and became the Green Devil. I've been wrong before, so please let me be wrong now. Meanwhile, Toshinori was in his truck, driving back home. He had made his decision. Izumi, you and Katsuki get well soon. We'll begin your training as soon as you're able. We need your great potential to find Izuku and put a stop to the Green Devil. I yelled at her. She was trying to help me, and I turned her away. What's wrong with me? Izuku had retreated to the forest in his neighborhood, away from modern civilization. He stood perfectly still with his eyes closed. He suddenly raised his hand and caught a green fireball. He threw it over his shoulder, and it curved around. He tilted his head and the ball missed him. Behind Izuku's eyelids, he could see his power circling around him, acting as a second set of eyes. So if he ever goes blind, it won't matter much. He opened his eyes and jotted down in his notebooks. He decided to spend the day in solitude, learning and working on the more technical aspects of his quirk. He was trying to distract himself from his encounter with that Yaoyorozu girl, but his mind kept showing him her distraught face as he yelled at her. Izuku sighed and put down his pen. Maybe I have an ability to burn my own memories, he humored. He flipped through the pages of his notebook, reviewing the entries he's made on either his power or his day. But he came across something that was neither. It was a sketch. Izuku liked drawing almost as much as writing, and it made his notes more interesting. He did one of Yaoyorozu. Perhaps it was to clear his mind of the guilt from that encounter, but there was another reason. Izuku had spent hours of his life staring at the picture of his grandmother, Nana Shimura, so when he met someone who carried a striking resemblance to her, he couldn't help but do a comparison. The sketch below Yaoyorozu was one of Shimura. Izuku closed his eyes and opened them. His sclera were glowing green as he looked at his hand. It was orange to his eyes. Thermal vision. Nice. This'll come in handy. Snap. Asterisk. Izuku turned around quickly at the sound of a twig breaking. He jumped up to a sturdy tree branch where his backpack was, and looked into the direction of the sound. He didn't detect anything warm. He switched to his regular vision, and saw 2 dark green-haired kids, a boy and a little girl, walking through the forest. Kids. Well, I shouldn't be surprised considering I used to wander around here, too. Their heat signature is low enough to blend in that my thermal vision couldn't detect them. They must be cold-blooded. Izuku put on his mask and a cap before slowly making his way down the tree and to the kids. Hey! Both of them jumped slightly and backed away at the arrival of the stranger. The girl hid behind her brother, who put his arm out to protect her. Izuku, in spite of being through an emotional roller coaster recently, was touched by the caring sibling display he saw. He kneeled down to try and relax the kids. "Are you two lost?" he asked softly. They both nodded. Izuku looked past them and activated his thermal vision, turning his sclera green again. Through the trees, he could see an orange blur. "That looks like a whole group from here. All right, I can get you back to your group. Follow me." When Izuku started walking, the boy grabbed the hem of his shirt while holding his little sister's hand. "Gee, thanks," he said. "Yeah, gee, thanks," she said. Izuku's eyes softened. He cleared his throat before speaking. "You two are siblings, aren't you?" They both nodded. Izuku looked ahead and started leading them out of the forest. At the entrance of the forest, a woman with snow-white hair and red highlights wearing glasses was pacing nervously around a group of kids. Where could they be? Where could they be? The Asui kid's big sister will be here to pick them up any minute now. Speak of the frog, a girl with long dark green hair walked up to her. "Hi Ms. Todoroki, I'm here to pick up my brother and sister." "Excuse me, but are these yours?" a voice asked them. From behind a masked boy were two frog-looking kids. "Satsuki, Samadare," the older frog asked. "Sue." They both ran up to her and hugged their older sister. "Ribbit, what happened on your field trip?" The now named Satsuki and Samadare released Sue from the hug. "We saw a neat-looking bug, and followed it to see if there were more bugs like it. It was a nice snack, but we got lost, Ribbit," the boy explained. "And that guy found us," the girl finished. Sue and the teacher looked at the boy who looked like he hadn't slept well in a few days. "Thank you so much for bringing them back," the adult bowed and said. "Thank you, and sorry for the trouble. My siblings can be a hassle." Sue bowed. "It's no problem," Izuku said with little emotion. The rest of the other kids were getting picked up by their parents, which left the 5 of them on their own. "Can I suggest something?" Izuku asked. Izuku's suggestion was going to a nearby playground to end on a better note. This time, the Asui siblings were watched carefully by 6 vigilant eyes, and the little ones still got to have their fun. "This was a great idea, Suyu said with a finger on her chin. "Yeah, and thanks again for doing my job of looking after these kids." Fuyumi Todoroki said. "I shouldn't have had to do anything," Izuku said bitterly. He looked at her with a sideways glance. "You're responsible for them, how could you let them run off like that? You're lucky I was there and not some scumbag." Fuyumi shrunk under his harsh but true words. "You're right, I'm responsible for them. I should have been more vigilant. Sorry, I'll do better." Izuku sensed she was genuinely remorseful for her mistake, and even said she'll do better. He lightened up on her. "I can't imagine teaching is an easy job with all those curious kids to look after, Ribbit." Even Samadare broke away, and he's one of the older few. Suyu said. "So, what were you doing in that forest anyway?" Fuyumi asked, making Izuku tense up a bit. "I just like the quiet." He spoke. "You seem to know this place well. Are you from here?" Sue asked. Zu gripped his arm tightly. "You might say that." There was an uncomfortable silence between the 3 of them. Suyu and Fuyumi were greatly curious about Zu's situation. "Hey Zu." The boy looked at the frog girl, showing her his tired, hurt eyes. "I'm the kind of person who says what's on my mind. You look like you have a lot of issues, do they stem from home?" Fuyumi was taken aback by Suyu's personal question, but Zu didn't show a similar reaction. He stayed silent for a bit. "Do you know what it's like to be overlooked and ignored by somebody who's supposed to be there for you? More than you think." Fuyumi spoke up. Izuku put his bandaged right hand on his face. "Do you have anything you want to get off your chest?" she asked worriedly. Izuku thought back to the last person he talked to that lent him an ear. A little. He took in a deep breath before beginning. "I hate my family, I suffered neglect and abuse. I was treated differently for being quirkless. And my sibling got endless attention and praise for being born gifted. Same for my old friend. I've tried to understand why, but at this point, I might be better off without them." Suyu and Fuyumi listened intently. His voice was mostly level, hardly ever cracking. That meant he had lingering sadness. I know what you mean, Fuyumi started. I don't exactly come from the prettiest family either, and I can relate to having a talented sibling. But have you ever tried to reconnect with them, like trying to talk this through? Izuku grit his teeth. More than I can count. My latest attempt was by far the most horrific. He growled at the end and clenched his fist. That might have been a mistake. Huh, ribbit. Sue and Zu looked at her in confusion. I'm not a licensed therapist, I'm going on instinct, but hear me out. You're not at all wrong for wanting something better from your family, but it's something that all sides have to want. You don't have to be upfront right away, but maybe take some time to think. Did they show any signs of wanting what you want? Are you absolutely sure you know what you want? It's completely up to you what you choose, but I've always found it better to make an informed decision. Watch them and see if you really want to be with that family. Until then, don't revolve entirely around this unpleasant topic. You could find healthy distractions like exercise or reading to keep a healthy psyche. Don't be afraid to put yourself first sometimes. Izuku took everything the woman said to heart. She was making complete sense, and it made him feel like going home wasn't a complete mistake. He learned how his mother feels, heart-shattering as the truth is. He's got a pretty good read on Izumi too. So that just leaves Dad. Izuku felt a tap on his shoulder. It was from Suyu. You don't have to answer, but what's your family like? She asked with gentle eyes. Zu ran a hand through his hair. My mom's a pro hero, and my sister wants to be one too. They both have strong quirks. My stepdad works with the police and has a weak strength enhancer. Just enough to make lifting a couch or fridge easy. His mom was a hero, too. Save for my old man, harrowing is kinda like the family business. Things went off the rails when I was diagnosed as quirkless. I was ignored by my parents, bullied by my sister and best friend. Told to off myself. That was the final push I needed to leave. And you know, I can take care of myself better than they bothered to, which speaks volumes about my home life. Fuyumi and Suyu felt their hearts clench at his words. While neither of them had it the best at home for varying reasons, they believed every member of a family should receive love from someone. Izuku sighed and stood up from the bench. Thanks for the talk, it helped. I'm sorry for being so harsh, Ms. Todoroki. I can only imagine how taxing a job managing a bunch of kids is. He walked away, but felt a hand grab his right one gently. He looked back at Sue holding him. Come stay with us, she said, surprising Izuku and Fuyumi. Ribbit, you don't have to go back to your abusers, they're the ones who turned their backs on you. And you deserve to live in a better place. Zu's eyes widened at the Asui sisters' offer, or maybe even request. That means a lot, but I don't want to be a bother to anyone. Fuyumi then stood up. I still live with my father, but we have comfortable guest rooms. I'm sure he wouldn't mind, he is a hero too. Izuku felt his heart warming at the kindness these girls exhibited for him. They're offering him new homes to choose from. A fresh start. He could leave his painful past behind. But they're not offering Izuku to live with them. They're offering Zu. The warmth in his heart turned cold, and he gently pulled away from Sue. I appreciate it, truly, but I can't accept. I just can't. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. You just worry about your own families, I get the feeling you're both vital to them. Zu walked away from the playground, his eyes unmistakably sad. I'm sorry, Todoroki, Asui. But sooner or later, it'll be revealed that I'm the Green Devil. I don't want you to pay for harboring an illegal vigilante murderer. Besides, he passed another missing person poster. He glared intensely at the Yagi name. The only way I'll ever go back to that house is on my terms. A healthy distraction, huh? Maybe this will help. Zu walked through the streets of a calm suburb scrolling through the news on his phone. A headline caught his eye that he thought was worth remembering. Ingenium thwarts shipment of illegal Quirk drugs. He then found another that made his eyes widen. Aldera Junior High shut down. Light has been shed on the discrimination and malpractices of this school, deeming it an unsuitable environment for growing children. Several staff members were taken to court, where they were found guilty of neglect and actively encouraging the bullying of a quirkless student who had just as much of a right to an environmentally healthy education as the most gifted quirk user. Izuku's heart suddenly felt lighter. One of his hells was finally facing punishment. At last, the teachers got what they deserved for causing him to suffer. If this distraction isn't healthy, fuck it, Izuku doesn't want to be healthy. He scrolled down to the comments, and found a name he recognized. Momo Yaoyorozu. I ran into some kids from Aldera at a local shopping mall. One was being harassed by two others, so I went to find an authoritarian to assist. When I returned, the victim seemed to have an intense reaction to the harassment. We conversed, and that's how I learned about the inexcusable behavior fostered in Aldera Junior High. Yaoyorozu. Izuku held his phone with a shaky hand as tears filled his eyes. He knew her name, her influential, powerful name. I'm glad there are people like you with power. Izuku read on, coming to the names he hates the most, Bakugo and Yagi. There was a little debate going on. Some say that the two are top-tier heroes in the making. Most of them are sympathizers since the Green Devil hospitalized them. Others with sense called them out as the future villains they are. Selfish narcissists that put themselves first and belittle the weak. Though, these people are accused of being jealous. Fuck. Izuku's good mood came to an end when he heard a familiar grumble. He jumped into a tree to observe from above. Whether it was accidental or intended, Izuku had walked back to his old house, where Toshinori had parked his truck with Izumi and Katsuki stepping out. Observe and make an informed decision, Todoroki. Okay, let's see how this plays out. Damned uptight bitch, Katsuki cursed. Izumi was next to him looking not as aggravated, but still pissed off. Sticking her nose where it doesn't belong. Thanks to her, our school has a black mark. Yaoyorozu screwed up our hero path over something ridiculous. Izuku knew what his twin sister and old friend were talking about, and it made him livid. They were talking bad about Yaoyorozu for ratting out their wretched school, the place that made education a nightmare for him, their stomping ground. That alone made him angry enough, but they had the nerve to say it was on ridiculous claims. Maybe it's ridiculous because the one that was never seen was public punching bag number 1. They dismissed Yaoyorozu's justified actions as over the top and absolutely unnecessary, all because of their infuriating ignorance to the damage they caused, particularly to him. Not even an hour since they left the hospital and I already want to send them back. Maybe a few broken bones will settle the score. But what I'm wondering is, what will you do, dear old dad? The underweight blonde man hadn't spoken, not listening much to Izumi and Katsuki's tirade. Dad, are you listening? This is bullshit, and you know it, uncle. Toshinori finally turned to look at them. Actually, I don't see it that way, Katsuki, he began, confusing the three kids listening. You two will have to either move to a different school, or start homeschool, but this could be a blessing in disguise. You won't be the first to become heroes after leaving that poor school, but this gives us more time to train you for UA. At this point, the Yagi patriarch lost them. You, train us. No offense, UNC, but you'll need something a lot stronger than that puny strength Quirk to challenge us. Katsuki proclaimed. The sheer arrogance in his voice made Izuku grip his tree as smoke began to rise from it. I think I'll be able to suffice, Katsuki. Toshi grinned at him. He looked back and forth to make sure no one was around listening. Izuku found it incredibly disappointing that, despite being careful of his surroundings, his stepdad still failed to notice him. You two fought the Green Devil, that outlaw that brutally murdered those 4 muggers. I don't know much about him or his strange quirk, but it seems to be changing, evolving. If he's as young as you are, he has a lot of room to grow. That could mean trouble for everyone down the line. He needs to be stopped. Izumi and Katsuki agreed completely, getting all fired up. The next time I see that bastard, I'll blow his fucking head off. He got lucky, but luck doesn't last forever. Izuku, on the other hand, felt a deep blow to his heart that created a hole. They abandoned him, tortured him, pushed him away, and now they have the nerve to talk about him like he's the villain. And for what? Giving the brats a long-deserved dose of humility. Put your all into this training, and you two will be more than a match for the Green Devil by the time you start high school. You'll be truly mighty, and do you know why? Katsuki and Izumi looked at him questioningly, expecting a follow-up to that question. And boy did it blow them away. The skinny Toshinori began to inflate, muscles growing like balloons. His facial features became more filled out, with an awe-inspiringly familiar grin being etched on his face. Izumi and Bakugo couldn't believe what they were seeing and wondered if it was a dream they were having. Izuku was praying that it was a nightmare they were all sharing. "Because I am here." All Might in the flesh said his catchphrase. Katsuki and Izumi were at a loss for words. In front of them, where Toshinori once stood, was the heroic symbol they'd admired their whole lives. They couldn't move, blink or breathe right. All Might continued. "That's right, future heroes. It is I, All Might, aka Toshinori Yagi, father of Izumi Yagi and proud husband to Inko Yagi, aka Teleki." For someone to loudly yell his true identity where literally anyone could pass through and see him was incredibly stupid, but Izuku was too betrayed and heartbroken to point that out. Dad, Izumi finally uttered. "Why you? When, how?" All this time, Katsuki was starting to reel, too. All Might, Toshi. The hell? Izuku caught his breath much faster than these two, and that was directly after his own encounter with a villain. All Might had to manually reset them with chops on the head. That did it. "Alright, would anyone care to explain the fuck?" Katsuki asked. "Yeah, Dad, what the hell? You've been All Might this whole time. And Mom knows. When were you going to tell me?" All Might's grin never wavered. "It was supposed to be your 14th birthday present, but things got dicey all of a sudden." Izuku clutched his pounding chest, struggling to breathe and comprehend this new reality. All Might and his father are the same person. The person who ignored him for 10 years, and the person who shattered his dreams are one and the same. "I am here to train you both. Young Izumi, your telekinesis will one day outshine your mother's. And young Katsuki, your impressive explosions have so much potential. Teleki and I will train you both to reach your peak. Together, we'll stop the vigilante menace known as the Green Devil and save Izuku. And you two will one day become the greatest hero duo of all time." All Might's uplifting speech was music to Izumi and Katsuki's ears. Just when they were at their lowest, the pillar of justice comes and lifts them even higher than before. "That's the #1 hero for you." They both raised their hands, Izumi levitating pebbles off the ground and Katsuki creating explosions in his palms. Izuku was having possibly the worst day of his life. His tormentors were being praised, and selected to train under who he once saw as the greatest hero. He clenched his eyes shut and put a hand on his mouth to cover his whimpers. As soon as All Might deflated back to Toshinori, he turned and led Izumi and Bakugo into the house for more explaining. When he saw Yagi's back again, something in him slipped. He removed his hand from his mouth, and his mask was burned right off his face. He punched his tree with his right hand and left a smoking fist print. Toshinori, Bakugo and Izumi all turned around at the noise, and found nothing but smoldering material dangerously close to the house. Toshi quickly moved to stamp out the potential fire. He saw that it was burned bandaging. That was close, the whole house could have caught on fire. Izuku flew through the late evening sky, light fading to darkness as he appeared as a green comet through the sky. He landed with a violent, fiery, smoldering crash on the roof of the nearest building. His eyes were pouring tears profusely as he stumbled onto his feet. Damn it all. He whimpered. He opened his eyes and realized that by some cruel twist of fate, he was on the roof of the recently shut down Aldera. "Go take a swan dive off the roof, you quirkless trash." Just one more gut punch before he snapped. "Dammmmmmmiiiitt." He screamed as he enveloped his right hand in wildly burning viridescent fist punched the roof and shattered the footing beneath him. The concrete and air conditioning units fell down into his old classroom, crushing everything. Izuku hovered above the destruction caused by his emotions, feeling almost no pain in the hand he used to cause this. He closed his eyes as tears still fell down. No more. That's it. I'm done. I watched them. I saw all I needed to see. I've made my decision. Izuku opened his eyes, green flames burning in them again. His tears evaporated instantly, and his lower face to his collarbone was veiled in scarf-like fires. I'm done. I'm done with the Yagis. I'm done with Bakugo. I'm done with All Might. That is my decision. I never had a family, and never needed one. The Green Devil flew off into the night, his flames burning to a degree that would consume every bastard in his presence. Yagi household, 3 a.m. Izumi walked out of her bedroom and went straight to the bathroom. She repeatedly splashed water on her face to come back to reality. It's not real. That didn't happen. He's not here anymore. She saw her own reflection and covered her damp face with a towel. He left, but he'll come back when he comes to his senses. And I'll be waiting to chew him out for making everyone worry. She thought as she walked back to her room. The other day had been like something out of a dream. She and Kachan discovered her dad is All Might, and were going to begin training under the world's greatest hero. The day after, she saw a report about the destruction of Aldera's roof. That did not dig up good memories. And that is likely what led to her having a nightmare of a bloody, bruised and dead-looking Izuku demanding they play heroes and villains. The worst part was that he said their dad would want them to. Old man. Izumi had some underlying issues with their biological father. She had so few memories of him, and if it weren't for the pictures, she would have forgotten what he looked like ages ago. But Izuku could remember so much. He was smart enough to write down the memories they had with Hisashi in a book when he was 3. Izumi had looked at it before, but never more than once. Her name rarely came up, and it was mostly Hisashi and Izuku. She didn't spend enough time with her plain old man with a weak fire-breathing quirk. With her mom being the great Teleki, her dull pops wasn't exactly interesting to her. Izumi sighed, not wanting to go back to sleep and needing someone to talk to. She booted up her laptop and dialed a number of an old friend of hers. The screen lit up to a blonde-haired blue-eyed girl her age. "Hi Izumi, what's up? You don't usually call at this time." "Yeah, well I didn't wanna go back to sleep so I thought I'd call you." "How's your dad?" "Good, working on something I think you'll be interested in. You know how Tartarus has Quirk disrupting radio frequencies that only affect the inmates. My dad's working on cuffs that can seal powers away. Imagine it, the most powerful bad guy, turned quirkless with the click of a cuff." Izumi had started regretting calling her friend. "Yeah, I can't imagine taking a quirkless villain seriously." The blonde's smile dropped. "Hey, is something wrong? You seem troubled." Izumi breathed in and thought about what to say. She could use a set of ears to listen to some of the baggage she'd accumulated over the last 40 hours. "My dad told me something crazy, and no matter what you can't tell anyone." "What, that your dad is All Might?" the blonde asked smugly. "No, that my dad is, you knew." The blonde chuckled into her hand. "My dad personally made all of his suits from the young age to the golden age. Don't you think I'd eventually be in the loop? And evidently I'm better at keeping secrets." Izumi pouted, but then got a call from someone else. "Hold on, Melissa, I'm getting someone else. It's Kachan." She clicked accept. "Good, you're awake." His idea of a pleasant good morning. "Hey Katsuki, long time no talk." "Hey Blondie." Melissa cringed slightly since he was also blonde. "You had a nightmare, too." Katsuki turned his head from the screen with a huff. "Of course not. I just couldn't sleep, simple as that," he said while repressing his nightmare of attending Izuku's funeral. "Anyway, we start training for UA tomorrow. And Blondie, you get the honor of being our first choice in tech support." Melissa rolled her eyes at a term she found degrading, but kept her smile. The three of them talked about the future until the sun rose. At the end, Melissa asked what's the situation with Japan's newest vigilante. She couldn't much other than bare bones details. It was clearly a touchy subject. One that she'd leave alone for the time being. Police department. There seems to be no end to the Green Devil's acts of cruelty. Within the past 24 hours, more than 20 low-ranked criminals have been found broken and mangled in the alleys of Musudafu. The majority of them suffered broken bones, dislocation in various joints, third-degree burns and internal bleeding. Tsukauchi turned off the news on his TV and sighed at his desk. He was swamped with work trying to catch an outlaw who seemed to be growing more brutal and violent by the day. It would be nice if his victims weren't too traumatized to the point of being as good as mute. Just then, one of the detective's junior officers came in. "Sir, we have one who sustained consciousness, but, let me guess, he won't talk." Tsukauchi sighed. "And not exactly, sir. It's more like he can't talk." Tsukauchi looked up from his desk with quizzical eyes. What do you mean he can't talk? Is the devil threatening to kill him? Tell him we can offer protection in exchange for any information. The officer shook his head. No sir. He literally cannot talk right now. The green devil broke his face. I'm talking fractured skull, broken nose, missing teeth and dislocated jaw. There's also signs that he was strangled because his voice is so hoarse and rough, to the point of sounding like rubbing sandpaper on a desk. Tsukauchi's mouth went agape with horror. Surely the actual scene was more gruesome than the description. He wondered to himself, how could a child be so heartless? Sir, this vigilante, something changed in him. He's more active and much more violent. At this rate, it won't be long before the heroes have to intervene. A fact that Tsukauchi dreaded. Keep looking. I want to bring him in before that happens. Yes sir. Tsukauchi didn't pretend not to notice that the Green Devil suddenly started beating criminals half to death the day after All Might told him he would begin training Izumi and Bakugo. The Green Devil flew above the city, wearing a black hoodie with green accents. He wore black pants and black combat boots that were lit with the flames keeping him in the air. His whole ensemble had soot in various places. The lower half of his face was covered in a mask of green fire, much like his eyes, which barely showed his pupils. The hair over his forehead stood up on end. He spent his time looking for any scummy throats to get his hands on. It was to hold himself back from going to the people he really wanted to see broken. But alas, he couldn't. All Might and Teleki were still coddling the monsters who ruined his childhood. Nothing had changed, he saw that for himself. His attention was pulled by rising black smoke. Let's get this over with, he thought bitterly. A chubby bald man was on the floor with his head bleeding and a criminal standing over him. There were other bystanders trapped in a corner behind burning trash. Why are you doing this? The man asked, to which the criminal smirked. He was a tall, muscular man with pink hair and red facial marks akin to war paint. I just wanna make a new friend. And you know what? I think you'll make a good present when he finally gets here. The criminal turned his left hand into a blade and was poised to slice the poor man's throat. Please, no. Suddenly, the heated alley felt cold. The flames surrounding the other bystanders turned green. The criminal smirked when he knew what this meant. He's here. The flames opened up for the people to escape, and a massive fireball crashed into the criminal, knocking him down. The man that was on the floor could finally escape, which just left the devil and his summoner. I thought I'd need a sacrifice to get you, but this works too. The criminal smirked. Izuku ignited his palm in searing hot fire. The criminal held out his hands in front of him. Hey easy, kid, I wanna talk, not fight. This intrigued Izuku. Usually when he found bad guys, it was, kill him. Or, run. For whatever reason, he let his fire die down slightly. I'll get right to it. Join me. The Green Devil's head tilted slightly and his eyes widened. You couldn't tell, but his mouth was hanging. You've got one hell of a quirk, and you know how to use it. You'd be surprised at how hard that is to come by. And yeah, you may be doing the hero's job, but how long do you think until you've taken their spotlight enough for them to want you gone? But with me, with us, you'll have more friends to help you out. You'd get to do whatever you want and enjoy the perks of being on the winning team. What do you say? The Green Devil took a hunched form with his legs bent and his hands clawed in front of him with green fireballs at the ready. Hell no. He threw the heated orbs at the criminal, only for him to cut through them with his bladed arm. Green embers floated around him. Damn, ain't that disappointing? Suddenly, the embers wrapped around him and formed a chilling form of fiery bondage. The binding was so tight, he couldn't lift his arm blade to cut free. The man felt his heart start pounding and his confidence going up in smoke. He's strong, too bad. I was hoping I wouldn't need this. It would have really impressed the boss if I took him without it, but oh well. As the Green Devil was fishing his phone out of his zip pocket, he caught the thug moving out of the corner of his eye. He dug a mysterious syringe out of his pocket with his right hand and injected it through his pants and into his thigh. Sorry kid, but you're the one who chose to play hero when you shouldn't have. Izuku shot more condensed cold flames to hold the criminal tighter, but it was in vain. The bastard cut through with newfound strength and both his arms becoming blades. Oh, that's that good shit. Suck it, Kale, you Bush League superfood. The Green Devil jumped back at this surprising turn of events. The man now had a manic grin on his face with drool spilling, bloodshot eyes and veins throbbing all over. His demeanor also changed, to that of a gleeful anarchist hell-bent on creating carnage. Most notably, his quirk seems to have been boosted. Instead of just transforming his hands into sharp blades, he can do it to his arms. What's wrong, kid? Scared? The maniac lunged at Izuku, ready to impale him. Izuku put up a flaming barrier, but it didn't work. The man cut right through it, and managed to graze his cheek ever so slightly. The Green Devil delivered a roundhouse kick to the man while he still had his momentum. He fell down and Izuku backed up to create some distance. He quickly made an assessment of the situation. He used a drug to enhance his power. Damn it, Ingenium, you let one slip. Cold flames won't intimidate him while he's drunk on that power booster, and my shields are weak to sharp objects. And that metal on his arms must make for a pretty good shield. This isn't a great matchup for me. The bastard had shaken his head and turned back to the vigilante that knocked him down. All right, Rugrat, let's go. Give me all you've got. Izuku lit his fists in hot flames. He put innocent people in harm's way just to get the chance to talk to me. He wanted to recruit me and mentioned having friends. He even has a secret weapon in case things go south. This guy is a real villain. Izuku's internal monologue was cut when the villain lunged at him again. The Green Devil rolled to the side and hovered above his opponent. I still have long-range attacks and aerial mobility. I'll cook him from above until he can't take any more. Then maybe get some intel about his friends. Izuku released scorching hot flames from both his hands onto the villain, who was engulfed in the heat entirely. AAAHHHRRGGGHH. His pained screams were matched by the roaring of the flesh-melting heat consuming his body. Izuku was being careful not to incinerate him like the night he unlocked his heat. As long as I'm focused on controlling the temp, this won't be like that time. Once he goes quiet, all crash, smash, asterisk. He was cut off by a metal monstrosity jumping onto a wall near him and jumping off of it to deliver a heavy hit to his abdomen. Izuku released a pained scream as he crashed into the adjacent wall and hit the ground. The force of the blow was strong enough to make him vomit blood. An earth-shaking impact landed right in front of him. He saw the villain in full-body metal armor, shining like a well-polished sword in the moonlight with smoke seeping out of the air-thin crevices. His knuckles, shoulders, elbows, knees, toes and head were all spiked and menacing. Thanks for the little warm-up, runt. Now die. He raised his right fist and turned it into a spiked wrecking ball of great destructive power. Izuku ignited flames to propel himself out of the way, a full second before he became a red stain on the floor. Damn, he got a bigger boost than I thought. He's completely different from the man I faced before, he's out for blood. The villain needed a few moments to pull his wrecking ball fist out of the crater it formed before attempting to swing again. Izuku sidestepped the attack. While the villain was several leagues stronger than him, Izuku was smaller, much faster and more agile. Catching such a small and quick target with such a bulky and heavy enhancement is next to impossible. Izuku used that to his advantage. He rocketed towards the villain and collided with his armored midsection. What's that supposed to do? This. With all his strength, Izuku blasted off the ground while holding the villain, leaving the entire alley ablaze in his wake. He made it above the roofs before flipping and throwing the villain back down into the alley. He landed on his back with a thunderous crash. Izuku wasn't done as he came down with two large fists made of fire. With ruthless repetition, he unleashed a flurry of blows on the villain's midsection. He ended the final punch with an explosive impact, lightening the already bright alley even brighter. He huffed and puffed in the air, having expended a good deal of strength. However, when the smoke cleared, the villain was still standing, hardly fazed by the attacks. How sad. I expected a devil to give me hell. Don't tell me that's all you've got. Izuku was stunned speechless. He had treated that whole onslaught like it was nothing. He wasn't given time to stare in shock as the villain had leapt off the ground hard enough to create strong wind pressure. He cocked back his left fist and tried to strike the Green Devil out of the sky. He narrowly missed, instead grazing a few tufts of hair. The green flame user spun himself to be above the villain and struck him in the back with another fire fist punch. They both crashed into the ground with a green explosion and flames burning intensely. Think Izuku. He won't give you enough time to try and melt through his defenses, and there's no telling how long it'll take for the drug to wear off. The villain picked himself up and swat at the green devil trying hold him down. It's a shame, really. You could have been something great. The villain began casually walking to the devil at the end of the alleyway. Izuku fired a large wave of flames from both hands, but it didn't slow him down. Your quirk is useful, and can probably do a lot. But you picked the wrong side. The one that will eventually betray you. Izuku tried binding his feet with condensed flames. Strong enough to have it all. The villain lunged at him, effortlessly breaking out of the binding. Too weak to take it. Gorge. His left fist was brutally shoved into Izuku's stomach. The greenette spit up a concerning volume of blood before collapsing on the villain's arm. His whole body went slack as the flames hiding his face disappeared. The villain began breathing hard as the adrenaline from the battle and the effect of the quirk drug began to wear off. He looked down at his prize with pride. The armor on his face broke, revealing half his face and his twisted grin. Don't worry, brat, I won't kill ya, even if I wanted to, it's not up to me. Let's try recruitment later when we've both cooled down. Hee hee hee. Quote. I already said no. Huh, uck. The villain looked down to see the armor over his stomach had become brittle and flaked off. And in his stomach was a flaming blade over the green devil's hand. Turns out, Izuku's earlier attacks weren't futile after all. It wasn't that the villain was uninjured, he was just too high to notice the damage he was taking. The impact of the blows coupled with the intense heat weakened his armor. Izuku just had to hold out long enough for his rush to reach its end. And now that the drug has begun fading, he's done. The flames in his eyes and on his lower face reignited, filling the villain with a growing sense of dread. Your sharp blades were a good counter, you should have stuck with it instead of brute force. This makes for a good finisher. Izuku's searing hot hand blade moved even deeper into the man's stomach, making him vomit a large amount of blood. While most of his body was still covered in armor, he could feel himself burning up from the inside. He tried desperately to pull away, but Izuku kept his hand sharp and hot. Ah-rrrhhhh. The man cried out as his internal organs were set ablaze. The green devil reached up for the man's throat with his palm extremely hot. Izuku grunted and increased the output and temperature of his flames, to the point that green flames escaped from the villain's mouth and eyes. Izuku shoved his body to the ground while still connected to it, and placed his foot on his chest. The man was entirely engulfed in the viridescent flames of the devil. When the light finally subsided and smoke cleared away, Izuku was standing over a heap of charred meat and brittle metal. The villain was completely unrecognizable at this point. His eyes were melted right out of the socket. His throat was incinerated, making the bones of his neck visible to anyone brave enough to look. His pink hair was burned away and the skin on his bottom jaw was entirely gone. What laid on the floor of that alley was a half-cremated corpse. Izuku breathed in the familiar strong stench of a freshly burnt corpse. Except this wasn't like last time. He did take a man's life intentionally. Yes, but it was a necessity if he wanted to survive. He breathed in again, this time breathing in some of his own flames. Absorbing the cold ones into himself allowed him to regain some of his stamina. He hovered off the ground and flew off into the night sky, leaving behind what looked like a gateway to the viridescent hell with a freshly sacrificed human. He hadn't noticed it, but the people he saved didn't leave, they just got out of the way of the battle. One of them recorded the whole thing. As the green devil flew, he examined the damage to himself. He had a nasty bruise on the left side of his abdomen and stomach from where he was punched. And a cut on his cheek from the beginning of the fight. As much as he wanted to be proud of himself for his first big takedown, he couldn't help but think about what that man had said. The villain had made it clear he came from some kind of gang or organization. And they were recruiting, building their numbers. If that's true, he needs to be even more vigilant about cleaning up the scum on the street. Even if I wanted to kill ya, it's not up to me. He wasn't the boss villain, just a pawn. A dangerous pawn with illegal drugs. How many others could there be? And whoever this boss is, what does he want from me? He began to lose altitude as his heavy thoughts weighed on him. The things that villains said stuck. The police were already after him. How long until the heroes followed suit? The villain made it clear that if he's not on their side, he's against them. And now Izuku has a target on his back. One for the Green Devil and another for Izuku Yagi. Lovely. The boy honestly doesn't know what would be worse. Being tortured by villains or going back to that house. Izuku landed roughly on the sidewalk in front of a hospital and let himself collapse on the nearby bench. He had been awake for over 24 hours and just survived a life or death battle. He needed rest. With any luck, no one would bother him before he wakes up. Elsewhere, you performed better than I anticipated. A man clapped as he finished watching the battle between the Green Devil and the Blade Formation user. He had seen everything up until the villain's head was engulfed in fire. I knew you would prevail, Izuku, but I never expected you to end it off so gruesomely. You have my praise. Although, and this may be an unfair comparison, Endeavor would have finished this fight even quicker. Your flames weren't quite burning with the same intensity as the night you faced your old friend, mother and sister. But that's fine. It's clear that when you're pushed to your limit, you can adapt, learn, evolve and keep fighting. It fills me with awe to see your true potential breaking out. Potential I can't wait to see realized. Until then, I will happily provide you with the environmental conditions you need to be your best. Other fire users will pale in comparison to you. I'm looking forward to it, my boy. Izuku woke up with a groan, feeling heavy all over. His morning breath reeked of blood and smoke. He opened his eyes to a blue morning sky. As he became more awake, he realized that his hoodie was gone, and he was in the compression shirt he wore underneath. And draped over him was a fluffy snow-white blanket and a gray pillow lifting his head up. Hello. A soft voice said beside the bench he spent the night on. Izuku whipped his head to see a nervous-looking woman with white hair and gray eyes. Hi, Izuku said while raising up his guard. He saw that she was holding his green and black hoodie, though it looked much cleaner. The woman jolted slightly when she realized where his eyes were. Sorry, this is yours, she said while shoving it in his hands. Izuku accepted his belonging and looked back at the woman who fidgeted nervously. I found you on the bench looking hurt, so I tried to help. Izuku lifted his compression shirt to find bandages and the smell of ointment on his bruised midsection. He also felt a patch on his cheek where he was cut. She went through the trouble of helping a complete stranger herself. We're right in front of a hospital, she could get help from there. Do you need anything else? Before Izuku could answer, his stomach started to growl. The white-haired lady rushed into the hospital to get some food. Izuku sighed and put his hoodie back on. Is she a patient or a nurse here? She doesn't seem to be quite all there, but, at least she's nice. Izuku took a minute to view his surroundings. He realized something that made him feel shock and a twinge of sadness. He's sitting outside the hospital his father used to work at. Dad. Izuku clutched his chest to try and stop his heart from ripping itself open. He got up in a sitting position and hunched, letting a few tears leak out of his eyes. Suddenly, he felt something soft and fluffy on his back and two hands on his shoulders. He looked back to see the woman that helped him returned and put the blanket on him and was rubbing his shoulders to try and calm him down. What's wrong? She asked gently. Izuku took a deep breath and let the walls down for a second. His voice was soft and strangled, telling the woman that he was in a very difficult place. My dad used to work here. I miss him. The woman sat down on the bench next to him with a bowl of soup in her lap. What was he like? She asked. Izuku was surprised by the question but didn't push her away. Nice. Really nice. He taught me how to read and write. He always made good meals. I miss my dad. Another tear ran down his cheek, but this time the woman wiped it away. She then held out the bowl of soup for him to take. My name is Ray. She finally introduced herself. Zoo. He accepted the bowl and began eating. Ray stayed beside him the whole time. Throughout that morning, Izuku felt strangely at peace with the woman. She found him hurt and alone, and nursed him, fed him, let him vent. He never asked for that, but she knew he needed it. And she didn't get the hospital staff involved, which would risk his identity. Is this what having a mom feels like? It's nice. A thought then popped in his head. Ray had seen his face. He had no mask or hair dye to conceal himself. Besides the scar on his right cheek and the bags under his eyes, he's an exact match to the missing person posters. Despite that, Rei didn't seem to be familiar with him at all. Granted, she doesn't seem to be 100%. Then it clicked with Izuku. She must be a psychiatric patient. That would explain why she's in the hospital without any apparent sickness or injuries. Izuku finished his soup and gave Rei the bowl. "Thank you very much, Ms. Rei. You're welcome. Can I ask how you got hurt?" Zu placed a hand on his stomach. "I didn't have anyone looking out for me." He looked down at his feet. Rei frowned and stood up. "I'll get you a water." She went back inside. Soon after, she came back with a tall glass of water in hand, but no Zu in sight. All she saw left on the bench was the blanket and pillow she gave him. Izuku hopped over the rooftops, feeling invigorated yet also deflated. Perhaps it was leaving the first person to give him a taste of motherly affection. Perhaps it was the weight of having killed yet another person sinking in. It might have been his injuries that were far from healed. Whatever the case, he felt fine enough to get moving before he could be put in danger again. He landed on the ground and walked out of an alley, putting on his hoodie to hide his hair. He also grabbed his bright yellow backpack. Right where I left it. He was getting pretty familiar with the back alley spaces of Musudafu. Zu walked among the people again, noticing something concerning. There were more officers and pros patrolling. In an area he'd never seen receive so much attention. Izuku tried to keep to himself and not raise suspicion. He walked until he found a large TV on a building with some shocking news. The Green Devil's barbarism seems to know no bounds. Even other criminals are seeking him for his power, and suffer agonizing deaths. This is video footage from just last night. The following image is extremely disturbing, and it is advised that all minors look away. The news showed a video recording of the Green Devil piercing the powered-up villain and horrifically burning him to death from the inside. Many wandering people gasped, gagged or looked away. The news then switched to people who had witnessed the event. Formerly endangered woman. It was brutal from start to finish. That villain with metal armor had a Quirk booster drug. He was a monster. The devil was beaten bloody by that guy, until he managed to go for the kill. The sound of those roaring flames, the agonizing screams, the loud crashing. Those sounds haunt my nightmares. Teenage blogger. That was the sickest fight I've ever seen. The Green Devil was getting his ass kicked and I thought he was dead, then we'd all be dead. But then the guy starts looking like a wraith from hell. That takedown is gonna bring me so many followers, the guy's a hero. Oh, and he saved my life, too. Why don't the heroes do sick executions like that? We'd have less shitbags on the street. Middle-aged man. I don't know much about that young man, and I can't say I condone his methods. But he saved my life. Unlike the pros, he acted knowing he would receive no reward, risking his life for a complete stranger. He nearly died in that fight for us. For me. If you can see me, boy, please know I'm extremely grateful to you. If the heroes arrest you, or you turn yourself in, I hope you channel your power toward helping people in a more acceptable manner. Izuku felt his heavy heart start to lighten. It was nice to see his work being appreciated, even if he himself agrees that some of it shouldn't be condoned. Namely being the walking local crematorium. The screen switched back to the news reporter, who closed off saying that a dangerous child is still a child nonetheless. He needs help before he crosses the line. Zu scoffed and walked away from the billboard TV. If I do end up crossing that line, it's because I was pushed that far. The next day, ever since the report about the Green Devil's brutal execution, the streets have been quiet. Yes, there were more police and heroes on patrol, but there was no suspicious activity to investigate. Izuku had sent a wave of fear into the criminal world, and it seems the heroes felt it too. Although, this development wasn't felt much or at all by Rei. Her room didn't have a TV, and she wasn't allowed more than 10 feet away from the hospital. They were that paranoid about keeping her stable. The same time every morning and evening, she would go on a limited stroll and breathe in some fresh air. She had about an hour of outside time before having to go back inside, and she always used it to its last second. While on her evening stroll, she spotted a head of green hair sitting against the wall and instinctively approached it. Izuku breathed in through his nose and out his mouth. He dug through his pocket and pulled out a small picture of Hisashi. "I miss you, Dad." He put it back in his pocket when he heard footsteps approaching. He calmed down a bit when it was a familiar cold temperature. "Hello." She greeted him. "Hi, what are you doing back here?" Izuku didn't have it in him to send her away, and just sighed. "I wanted to visit the place my dad worked. Don't have anywhere else I want to remember him." Ray sat down next to him. "What about your home?" Zu squeezed his arm. "They don't need me." He laid his head in his knees. His body began heating up in response to his emotions. He didn't do it on purpose, but didn't try to stop it. If the heat drove Ray away, so be it. But instead of hearing her shuffle away, he felt a cooling sensation on his back. He looked up and saw Ray had begun using her quirk to keep him from burning too hot. "I don't think that's true." Izuku looked at her in surprise at what she had begun doing. Once he was at a comfortable temperature, Ray pulled away her hand which had a frosty mist coming from it. A frost quirk, fitting for someone who can cool him down. "My family isn't the prettiest either, but not everyone is bad. Isn't there someone in yours you've turned to for help?" Izuku was speechless for a time. Two figures immediately popped in his mind as Ray said that. Nana and Hisashi, his deceased father and grandmother. He didn't realize it, but he let a tear slide down his cheek. Ray was there to wipe it off. "Gee, there was, but I ended up stuck with the worst of them until I couldn't take it anymore." Izuku placed his scarred right hand over his face. Without thinking, Ray wrapped an arm around his head and held him closer to her. Her motherly side kicked in on its own around Zu. It was therapeutic for Izuku, sitting in silence as a gentle woman held him. He would have stayed there for the whole night if he could, and he gets the feeling Ray wouldn't mind, but a staff member came out looking for her. Izuku had managed to slip away in time, and Ray was found asleep on the floor. She was woken up and taken back to her room. Despite the nurse's gentle scorn, she didn't feel remorse. All she felt was, "I hope you keep coming back, Zu." Worry. Police Department. "Tsukauchi, sir." An officer burst into the detective's office. "What is it? Who's dead now?" "One of our own," he asked frantically with an empty coffee mug on his desk. "It's been a week since the Green Devil's obscene murder and the police and heroes were working overtime to bring him in." "Sir, I encountered the Green Devil. I tried to arrest him, but he used his fear fire and threw me off," the officer admitted shamefully. Tsukauchi was more concerned about his coworker. He was alone in the streets with a murderer. But unlike others, he didn't seem physically injured. "What happened, sir?" He didn't do anything. He shot cold flames at me and disappeared from my line of sight. I was honestly expecting to die, but here I am." Tsukauchi looked surprised at this. The vigilante had another development. This time it wasn't anything to do with the Yagis. The vigilante actually became more gentle. "This is wishful thinking, but maybe he's on a road to healing. If we're lucky, a good hero will be able to convince him to come quietly, and we can give him a better life." Wishful thinking indeed. Over the next 2 weeks, Izuku would continue to visit the hospital his father once worked at. At first, it was solely so he could feel like he was still with him. But then he quickly came to realize it was to see Ray. They talked, ate and stayed close to each other for many evenings. It was always nice to share a bowl of soup under the pink and orange evening sky. Ray had quickly worked her way into Izuku's heart as the mother figure he was missing. She let him vent about how awful his life was. He kept some details hidden, like his vigilantism, misdiagnosis and the identity of All Might, but told her most of everything else. And it was very nice to have someone to help him lighten his heart. In return, he lent an ear to Ray when she felt like talking. Izuku learned about her family, how she was basically sold to Endeavor and forced to be a baby machine for the man to reach his dream of surpassing All Might. The maddeningly stressful life she had before shattered her mind and landed her in a mental hospital. And now she has to live with the guilt of scarring her youngest child. Izuku let her cry on his shoulder that night. As Ray cried, Izuku felt a new hatred for the number 2 hero rising up within him. Breeding children for the sole purpose of your own glory. Then discarding your own creations for not meeting your ideal standards. How could someone like him possibly be called a hero? And to make it worse, he was chasing after a huge hypocrite. He and All Might aren't so different when it comes to being fathers. The top two heroes are now the top two scumbags to Izuku, not counting Izumi and Bakugo. His body began burning up as he held Rei. Rei didn't use her quirk to cool him down. When she had put together Zu had a heat quirk, it reminded her of Enji, which she was afraid of. But she saw a sad boy filled with pain. That burning was from open, untreated wounds. So she decided to treat them, and never got burned once. For the first time in years, she let herself be held by the heat of a fire quirk user, but it was very different from Endeavor. This heat was protective, comforting in just the right temperature. They both found much needed comfort in each other. Hi Dad, sorry I haven't talked to you in a while. I've been preoccupied. I have an awesome quirk but it attracts attention from the wrong crowd. And now I don't think I even want to be part of the right crowd. I know you and Grandma are disappointed in me. But I genuinely don't know if I can ever go back to who I was. The Yagis are still favoring their only child and complete strangers treat me so much better than they did. I don't know what to do, but I'll figure it out. Izuku stood up from his knees as he finished his prayer. A few tears fell down his face but he wiped them away. He was on the roof of the hospital. He decided it would be a good spot to pray to Hisashi without interruptions. With that done, he could jump down and begin his evening talks with Rei, the highlight of his day. He walked to the edge of the building, feeling a little less foggy. But then a voice stopped him. An infuriatingly familiar voice. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Teleki was flying over the streets on patrol. Her job was to stop any criminal activity she comes across, but her sights were focused on her personal goal of finding the Green Devil. She came up to the hospital her late husband worked at, and immediately wanted to look away from it. Before she tried to ignore her past, she noticed a young boy in a black and green hoodie walking towards the edge of the roof. She flew after him before he jumped. Hey, what do you think you're doing? The boy froze for a moment but ignored her and continued walking. Did you hear me? Stop. This isn't the answer. She was ignored again, and the boy was about to step over the edge. Left without any other options, Inko used her telekinesis to hold the boy in midair and slowly bring him towards her. That was a mistake. The person she was holding suddenly rocketed towards her at great speed. She didn't have time to react and took an elbow straight to the nose. The force of the blow made her drop her hold on the boy and she took a moment to wince in pain. Her nose was now bloody, and she looked at the one who struck her who was now hovering in the air on green flames. Don't think for a moment I'll go anywhere with you, hero. He growled. Teleki ignored the pain and glared hatefully at the vigilante before him. Green Devil. Nearby people looked up in the sky in shock. The Green Devil in a standoff against the pro-hero Teleki. They made sure to take steps back in fear of the battle about to occur. Teleki raised her fists while the Green Devil kept his arms at his sides. What are you doing here, monster? She growled. The devil glared back at her. Like you need to know. I was just leaving. This time, Izuku turned his back to her and began to fly away. No, you don't. Before he could get far, Inko stretched out her hand and grabbed him. She turned him around and reeled him in quickly. How sad. Izuku emitted flames from his chest that neutralized Inko's telekinetic grasp, and he was once again hovering on his own. Inko tried to grab him again, but no luck. She aimed for his leg, but flames came off of there too, and her grasp was negated. You're a fairly high-ranked pro with an impressive quirk. I bet you never imagined someone could counter your power, Teleki. The flames coming off of his chest took shape as a cross that also extended to his back. It disgusts that this aspect of my power is directly inherited from you, but it'll have to do. I'll just relish the fact that you can't do anything to touch me now. You can thank your idiot daughter. That experience pushed me to come up with this telekinetic negation. A vein was bulging out of her forehead as she furiously flew towards her own son. Don't you dare talk about my child. Izuku sidestepped and let Inko crash into an air conditioning unit on the roof of the hospital. So careless. Inko picked herself up and charged again. Izuku effortlessly dodged her flailing arms. Teleki is far better at a distance, but her rage and hatred is making her sloppy and predictable. Have you no shame? Attacking two lone youths in the dark. And what did you do to my son? She pressed the sun button. She shouldn't have did that. The green devil caught one of her fists and twisted her arm. As Teleki screamed in pain, the devil spoke right in her ear. Who the hell are you talking about? Before kicking her down, Teleki clutched her right arm. It hurt more than she expected from a boy, and her fist was smoking. She looked up at the vigilante who was glaring hatefully at her from above. He clenched his fists with barely suppressed anger. Your idiot daughter and nephew were the ones who attacked me for years, and you did nothing. You pushed me away and now you're focusing your guilt on me because you can't take the time to reflect. Don't you dare come to me proclaiming justice like you're a hero. Oblivious to his internal monologue and blind by anger, she flies up to him readying her fists again. Moronic. As soon as she was close enough, Izuku's entire body emitted a burst of flames that caused Inko's telekinetic flight to be erased. Before she could fall, she was caught by her throat and brought almost nose to nose with the green devil. It was terrifying enough to have to stare into the flaming eyes of the Emerald Demon. But his crushing grip around her throat, in his condensed heat, it made breathing next to impossible. You and your daughter really are alike, in the way you both fight like naive children. As if you'll win because you want to so badly. You know I can negate your power, yet you came charging at me carelessly. Charging like a mad bull seeing red, that's the kind of thoughtless maneuver I'd expect from All Might. Izuku then delivered a powerful kick to his mother's stomach, followed by a blast of heat that scorched most of her body and sent her crashing into a nearby building's wall. The flames wrapped around her to keep her captured. Stay down, hero. I've got more important things to deal with than your damn ego. Izuku was about to leave, but then an empty bottle was thrown at him. He narrowly dodged it, and looked back at Inko. She could move her arm enough to grab a dumpster and hurl its contents at him. You just don't know when to quit. Though her determination was admirable, she was doomed to fail from the start of this fight. Every shot she took missed by a mile with how quickly he was able to dodge. Eventually, Inko got frustrated enough to hurl the entire dumpster at him. Please. Izuku scoffed as he extended both his hands and two large flaming replicas caught the dumpster with ease and crushed it. The crushed and partially melted dumpster fell to the ground with a loud thud, and Izuku looked down at his mother with disdain and dissent. He legitimately found this sad. That pushed Inko to do something desperate. She placed her hand against the wall she was stuck to, and cracks formed around it. Izuku was curious what she was doing, as it seemed to take some great effort on her part, though it would ultimately prove meaningless. She pulled apart the wall she was stuck to, freeing herself and giving herself harder ammo to throw. She hurled chunks of cement at the green devil, not thinking about anything other than taking him down. The latter still dodged effortlessly, easily able to read her next move with his keen eyes. That's right, get mad. You're not even fighting me anymore, you're fighting the fact that I'm right. You'll do anything to avoid owning up to your past mistakes and poor choices, so you attack me in a futile effort to lessen the weight. That hatred inside you doesn't compare to what I feel for you and your family. It's what drove me to kill those gutter punks when we crossed paths. So keep at it, keep tearing down everything around you to get to me. Because in reality, you're only tearing down your own reputation. The green devil then raised his right hand and used the fire around it to forge a searing hot blade, the same one that cremated the insides of that drugged-up villain. Inko watched in surprise and growing fear as he expertly and effortlessly sliced and diced the bricks she threw into pebbles. Teleki froze momentarily as the green devil gauged her. He relished the fear written all over her. What's wrong? Why aren't you attacking? Lost your nerve after seeing I'm not the street punk you were expecting. Hardly a surprise that the apple didn't fall far from the tree. It was the same with those brats you coddle. The second they saw I was in a different class, they cowered like gutless weaklings. So, what about you? Who will you cower behind, hero? Izuku picked his words well, knowing exactly what to say to get his discouraged mother into another frenzy. It was just too entertaining to watch her flail helplessly, and it was a good way for her to repay the years of depression her neglect caused. Teleki pulled apart another large chunk from the building and threw it at Izuku, who easily sidestepped it. She repeated this useless tactic 5 more times, ripping out sizable pieces of buildings and throwing them at her target. The devil either dodged or sliced the attacks in half. On the 5th one, he decided to show Inko something that would be burned into her memory. Another display of their difference in power, and that he should never be compared to the street rats she's used to fighting. Izuku's ham blade returned to its natural fire state, but then he did something that made Teleki's eyes widen. I've studied this move of his extensively, time for its first test drive. The flames surrounded his entire forearm and glowed brighter as they were condensed before he fired. As that, flash fire fist, jet burn. As Izuku's fist collided with the chunk of stone, it blew apart in a burst of intensely heated flames. The explosive heat on impact roared throughout the streets, heating up the area considerably. Huh, didn't think I'd put out that much power. Endeavor, although I despise you, your moves have their uses for someone who with my quirk. For instance, setting myself apart from the scum you heroes are so proud of cleaning up. Meanwhile, Inko stared up in newfound horror. That's flashfire. Endeavor's strongest technique. How could he? How can some vigilante child use his techniques? She was finally starting to realize that Izuku was not to be taken lightly. Izuku could feel it, he sensed her bodily heat, and it was telling him all the emotions she felt. Fear, frustration, resentment. He raised his hand and flicked his fingers toward himself, making a "come at me" gesture. Without many options, Inko played along with this game. She picked up the tiny pebbles he had sliced and threw them at him. The Emerald Demon was still able to dodge, but she kept getting in close. She was getting desperate and it showed. This is getting annoying. He emitted a flames from his entire body. When the pebbles came into contact with that, Inko's hold disappeared and they fell onto the porch of the hospital. Meanwhile, Rei was fighting with her nurse to go outside. This was supposed to be the day Rei introduced her nurse to Zu. She knew better than anyone he was deeply wounded and wanted to help. If he was open, some 2-on-1 therapy would have been nice. Unfortunately, she picked the evening that the Green Devil and Teleki had their fight, if you could call it that, outside the hospital. Please, Rei, it's dangerous out there, the nurse begged as she held back the ice woman from running outside. I have to make sure Zu is okay. He's waiting for me. Rei pulled her arm free and ran out the hospital doors. Zu, she called out for the first person she's felt a deep connection to in years. Her voice was heard by the Emerald Demon in the sky. She looked around for any sign of the green-haired boy, but couldn't find him. Unfortunately, she was at the wrong place at the wrong time. One of the falling fragments of brick landed on her head, the sudden sharp pain knocked her off her feet. She clutched her damaged head in pain. Izuku was frozen in the air as he saw the woman he had come to see as a maternal figure in his life suffer an injury. However, Teleki was so focused on the Green Devil that all she cared about was that he stopped moving. She flew back to him and delivered a powerful right hook to his cheek, but he didn't budge an inch. Now he was entirely focused on the poor ice woman on the ground beneath them. Rei moved her hands and a stream of blood ran down her head. Izuku's heart suddenly went ice cold. She was hurt. His mother figure was hurt. The one who had done so much for him in the last 2 weeks was hurt. Because when Inko saw her punch was ineffective, she pulled back and tried again, only for her hand to be caught again. Rei is hurt, wounded. Endeavor put her here. And you picked a fight when I wasn't even doing anything just to sat your own ego. You didn't even bat an eye when she screamed. And yet, Inko felt her knuckles start burning again, but so much worse this time. The very skin on her hand was melting off. She tried to pull away, but it was useless. The Green Devil's grip also increased, making her bones start to ache from the pressure. Inko Yagi, he began in a low, petrifying growl. Teleki froze for a moment. He knows my name. Who is this guy? Tell me something. Teleki suddenly screamed out in pure agony as her hand was engulfed in scorching green flames and crushed to the point her bones were fractured and blood sprayed out. How can you call yourself a hero with a straight face? As he yelled that, a gargantuan pillar of fire erupted from him, and she was at the center of it. The powerlessness his presence gave her returned as her costume was incinerated from the sleeves and bottom of her legs. She didn't burn for long as the devil let go of her hand and roundhouse kicked her into the distance and quickly followed. Scumbag hypocrite! Izuku screamed as he pulled back his arm and shot forward a large fire fist that was bigger than Teleki's whole body. She screamed again as the impact and burning pain rattled her entirely. You can't even call yourself a decent mother. Izuku pulled her to him and began pummeling her with flame-covered fists. He relentlessly beat the pro in the middle of the evening sky, covering her in burns and bruises. You fail to protect the person closest to you, try to forget about your utter failure as a hero and wife, abandon me for being quirkless, don't give a shit to notice how horrible your daughter is, and you take out your self-loathing on me without caring about how your actions affect others. Yet you have the audacity to call yourself a hero. Izuku finally ceased his barrage, only to pull back his arm for a proper send-off. One more up-close and personal look of his power that places him far above average villains. Far above her. Flashfire fist. This time, without holding back. Jet burn. Green flames, almost white-hot, burst from the back of his hand and elbow to drive his fist forward. It connected with Inko's stomach in the blink of an eye. On impact, an unbearably hot beam of fire was released and engulfed her whole body. Inko screamed out as she was sent plummeting to the ground at high speed. We're not done. The devil flew after her. He landed on the roof of the building she was on course for, and prepared a gentle landing for her. By raising his knee, Inko collided with his knee, her spine bending in an unnatural way due to the powerful impact. His knee was practically lodged in her backside. Horrific cracking noises rang through both of their ears and rendered them deaf to her pained, breathless whimpers. Izuku heartlessly kicked Inko off of him and onto the floor of an alley with 4 familiar black marks on the floor. Just when Inko thought she could breathe, another heavy blow landed on her back again. She puked blood from the sheer pain. The green devil planted his foot on her and began burning her alive. As if it's not bad enough you ignored me, you hurt someone who has nothing to do with us. Someone who's special to me. In just 2 weeks, she's been more of a mother to me than you have in years. Izuku's bitter thoughts caused his flames to burn even hotter. Black smoke rose from the broken pro's back who was fighting to stay conscious. She had a feeling that if she closed her eyes, they would never open. Whoop, whoop, that's the sound of the police. Asterisk. 2 police cars had shown up with 4 officers stepping out with guns trained on the devil. Police. Freeze. We've got you AARRGGHH. Izuku didn't even look back at them before putting his hand behind him and firing off a huge wave of flames that consumed 3 officers in both cars. Their vehicles exploded in bright orange flames, with only 1 officer rolling out of the way in time but still sustaining injuries. Stay down before you become kindling for my fire. That goes double for you, he uttered with no remorse in his voice. Izuku looked ahead of him, remembering this was the same alley where Bakugo and Yagi tried to fight him. And now it could be his mother's final resting place. But the last word to leave her lips was something he couldn't ignore. Zu, she said before finally going still. For whatever reason, Izuku's burning hatred weakened. He despised the disgrace under his boot, he truly did. But something in him told him, don't do this. Could it have been pity? Remorse? No, certainly not. Whatever it was something foreign, unfamiliar. But he decided to listen to it and lifted his foot off the woman and put out his fire. Teleki's back was a horrific testament to the merciless beating she took. Her flesh was melted so badly her muscles and tendons were visible, as was her spinal cord. Izuku looked down at his so-called mother, and felt nothing. No pity or regret or anger. What kind of sick joke were you pulling here, huh? I only get your attention when I don't want it. Look at you now, hero. You know something. I used to look up to you. Can't imagine why. And up until a few weeks ago, I was afraid of you. Afraid you'd find me. And now that you have, I actually feel insulted by myself. You're not even pathetic, you're just nothing. Izuku walked to stand right next to her head. You brought this on yourself. When you charge at me with your self-righteousness, what did you expect to happen? You didn't even have moral high ground. Did you learn nothing from your daughter's mistakes? Oh, what am I saying? Of course not. Because you're a fucking failure of a mother and a shitty excuse for a hero. Izuku then bent down and whispered into Inko's ear. I didn't kill those people, you did. Those gutter punks, those officers, all dead because you pushed me. Their blood is on your hands. How does that feel, hero? After finally saying all that he needed to say, Izuku stood up and walked out of the alley, feeling greatly refreshed. He saw a police officer still alive, but clearly injured as he was on the ground and crawling to where his gun had been blown away. Izuku covered his face in his flames again and walked to the officer. Just as he placed his hand on his gun, the Emerald Demon placed his foot on his hand. The cop winced in pain. "Evening, officer," he greeted coldly. "Why you? How could you do this? It thought you changed. You can't do this." His desperate words held no weight to someone pushed over the edge. "You could say I had a change of heart, and you can thank the pro in that alley. I suggest you call an ambulance, she's knocking on death's door. If she dies here, All Might would be so sad, wouldn't he?" The devil pressed his foot down even harder on the man's hand, causing it to bleed. "Please, think about what you're doing. You're better than this. Remember those kids you saved." The devil glared angrily as smoke began to rise under his foot. "Don't remind me of my greatest regret," he growled. "But speaking of them, they're being trained by All Might, right? Excellent. Then Teleki will make the perfect motivational gift for them." The police officer stared in shock at the flaming green orbs that held no warmth. "Tell me, Green Devil, are you really a child or a monster?" Izuku's face became vacant for a moment. "I am what this imbalanced world molded me to be." The heat on the officer's hand continued to rise, frightening the officer. His gun was also feeling the heat. "No why." Bang. Izuku lifted his foot to survey the damage, a red substance dripping from the bottom of his foot. Where the gun once was a pile of ashes. Where the officer's hand once was a pool of blood and bone sticking out the end of his forearm. Izuku turned away and hovered in the air before blasting off. "Tell Tsukauchi and the big man I said hello." As Izuku flew off into the night, the events had begun to sink in. He nearly murdered a pro and killed 3 police officers and severely wounded 1. He would certainly have All Might and the entire Hero Society against him. And the public certainly wouldn't agree with him now killing police. Let's not forget about the villains who might come to see him as more trouble than he's worth. Well damn, looks like I'm gonna have members from both sides coming after me. Although he knew that, he didn't feel discouraged or fearful. A small smile formed on his lips. Hated by everyone, huh? Hardly anything I'm not used to. Let's see how long I last. Elsewhere. Splendid, superb, absolutely stupendous. Well done, Izuku. You far exceeded my expectations. A shadowed figure cheered as he watched the Green Devil flee the scene. "I thought you would toe the line after nearly killing your mother, but the things you said to her as she died. And that poor officer you spared before. Simply poetic. And the feeling you had when you spared your dear mother. I know what it really was. You felt that it's too soon for her to embrace the sweet release of death. She has too much to face before she can be allowed to die. I agree completely. However, as you know, this will make All Might desperate to find you. Assuming he's not too busy grooming that dog and that poor excuse for a successor. Fear not, I have faith that you will be able to handle him when the time comes. You know better than anyone that knowledge can be an even sharper blade than raw strength. I'll be watching you very carefully, and sending a few tests of my own to help you reach your peak." The villain grinned heinously to himself as a number of test tubes holding strangely malformed figures lit up behind him. "Show us what you're made of. Make us proud." The next day, Rei had a patch on her forehead where she was hurt and had just received a scolding from her nurse for reckless behavior that got her hurt. Because of that, she was confined to the hospital walls indefinitely, but she didn't care about that. She just wanted to see Zu again, but it was very unlikely she'd get the chance as far as she was concerned. She hated Teleki for that. The Green Devil was there, sure, but she was the one to initiate the fight. While Rei was stewing, she was unaware of the young man watching her through her window from the opposite building. Izuku felt a pang of sadness in his heart. "I'm sorry, but this is for your own good. If I truly care about you, then I'll stay away. Goodbye, Mom." Inko's dreamscape. Inko, or rather, Teleki, was standing in the middle of a ruined park. It was the same park she remembers taking Izumi and Izuku to up until they were 8. When she started bringing only one of them. But it wasn't the same park anymore. Everything was either melted or burned to ash, with smoke still rising. The destruction appeared to be recent. "Mom." Teleki froze when she heard that voice. Looking across the playground, she saw her boy in his middle school uniform. He was in terrible condition. His uniform was burned and scuffed while he himself was bruised and bloodied, like he had just been assaulted. Tears were flowing down his cheeks as Inko ran toward him. "Izuku, don't worry, it'll be okay. I'll protect you." When she got close, he started backing away, the unease on his face increasing as she got closer. But, as usual, she ignored his feelings and kept running. That earned her an up-close and personal view to see a hand burst through Izuku's chest from his back and hold his heart right in front of her. Hers and Izuku's eyes widened in abject horror, the latter vomiting an obscene amount of blood and being lifted off his feet. Inko looked behind Izuku to see a figure the exact same height as him clad in green fire. "Hello again, Teleki," he spoke in a distorted voice with the crackling of fire behind it. "You." Suddenly, the playground was engulfed in a forest of fire. The bloody hand holding Izuku's heart was set ablaze, and the dying boy gasped while smoke escaped his wounds and mouth. "Get off my son," Teleki yelled while extending her hand out, but nothing happened. The green devil merely shook his head in disappointment. "How dense are you? Did you already forget I can neutralize telekinetic waves? You're powerless." Inko clenched her fists and tried swinging them, but was held back by green chains wrapping around her. "You monster. You won't get away with this. For all the lives you've taken, I will, Teleki's heroic rant was cut off by Izuku's dying groan which came out of his mouth in the form of green flames. "Spare me your heroic drivel nonsense. Without power, you're not even worth looking at. Don't you agree?" At that simple question, Inko froze. She looked behind the Emerald Demon and saw a truly horrifying sight. Ah yes, them. They made good entertainment, but they broke far too easily. Behind them all was Katsuki and Izumi lying dead on the ground, and Izuku would be joining them soon. Inko felt her stomach flip and her heart fall. She couldn't pull her eyes away from the bloody, lifeless bodies that were her pride and joy. Even Katsuki, who, despite being a nephew to her, was close enough to be considered part of the family. Mom. Inko's attention was pulled to Izuku, who was unrecognizable at this point. His uniform was entirely burnt away, layers of skin had burnt away and peeled off, his eyes were melted right out of his skull, his muscles, bones and tendons were on display and his heart was being held in near white-hot heat. Worst of all was what came next. "Why didn't you save us?" Teleki looked confused, before the landscape shifted to a burning graveyard. They were right next to a hauntingly familiar tombstone. The tombstone of Hisashi Midoriya, loving husband and father, and the green devil was holding her only son right above it. Tears streamed like waterfalls from the broken heroine's eyes, but they did absolutely nothing against the raging green flames. "You weren't there when we needed you. How disappointing." Those were Izuku's final words before the green devil crushed his heart and his body was reduced to ash on the grave. Teleki felt like dying herself, but no. The monster turned his back to her and walked away. "You're a monster," she uttered. "For turning my back on the weak. Ruining futures. Who are you to judge? Hero. Reality. Izuku," Inko thought while still wandering the hall between life and death. Her horrifically damaged body was under the careful, vigilant eyes of Central Hospital's top doctors and All Might himself. The inflated bag of muscles was holding his unconscious wife's hand, praying for her to get better and cursing the monster that did this. The doctors assured him that, despite being on the brink of death, she would recover. However, not the same as before. Teleki's back was a nightmare. Her agility will be greatly hindered moving forward. It's already a miracle she still has feeling below the waist. Meanwhile, in a reserved meeting room. "A road to healing," you said. "He may come quietly," you said. "A better life for him," you said. Endeavor slammed his palm on the table as he chastised Tsukauchi with his own naive words. The detective who called the meeting groaned into his hands, not having the energy to deal with number 2's tirade. The meeting room was reserved for police and heroes with a single goal: capture the Green Devil of Musudafu. They enlisted the help of heroes in the area such as Backdraft, Kamui Woods, Death Arms and Mount Lady, as well as more experienced higher-ups. From the top 20, Ingenium. And from the 10, Mirko, Hawks, Endeavor, Best Genist and the best of the best himself, All Might. who was late to the meeting because he went straight to his wife's room. Their orders were simple: patrol the streets the devil is most often sighted at or has been seen, and arrest him on sight. This meeting is about how to go about it. One of us tries to bring in that menace calmly, and what does he do? Hospitalizes Teleki. Endeavor yelled. With all due respect, Endeavor, that's why we're here. To discuss strategy about dealing with this guy. Endeavor scoffed and stormed off towards the exit. Strategy for what? Some brat on a power trip. I'll leave you with some of my sidekicks, they should do. Tsukauchi pinched the bridge of his nose as the flame hero left. Now that's what I call a team player. Mount Lady remarked. He lasted longer than I was expecting. Hawks said. How about we get this started before I bounce, too? Mirko said while tapping her foot up and down and looking agitated. Tsukauchi sighed. Well, Endeavor and All Might are capable enough. All right, here's our target. Mori. A man with green skin and 2 short antennae on his forehead stepped up. This man's quirk was memory. She can look into the memory of a person and convert it into viewable media for others to see. It needs to be transferred to a device to be seen by others, and whether or not he can see anything is dependent on how much the mind he's looking into resists. On the screen at the end of the room was a short figure with his face and chest obstructed by green fire. Grr. This rug rat. Death Arms growled. He had a little vendetta against the Vigilante for rescuing those 2 kids when he was waiting for an opening to do it himself. The Green Devil, at least that's what the public calls him. From what we've gathered, he's killed 5 villains and 3 officers, brutally injured Teleki, and leaves behind a trail of half-dead criminals in his wake. He's a child, likely 12 or 13, with a green fire quirk not in our database. Many at the table seemed to be caught off guard. He's seriously that young? Isn't this a little extreme? Maybe it's just a delinquency phase. Tsukauchi shook his head. You think he's someone to take lightly? Tell that to Teleki in the emergency room. The projector showed a list of the Green Devil's known abilities. His flames burned chillingly cold, invoking fear and unease in his opponents to throw them off. He can also turn up the temperature to a degree that can cremate people in an instant. He's shown flight capabilities, pyrokinesis, as well as next-level combat abilities and adaptation. He learns from each battle and uses that experience to improve himself. In an alley, he fought 2 kids, one of them with a telekinetic quirk. A few weeks later, he develops a technique that renders him invincible to telekinetic waves, which is how he defeated Teleki. He was nearly killed by a villain with a blade quirk, and short after that he develops a more devastating blade of his own. Sharp and hot enough to cut through anything. The heroes were starting to take this seriously. His ability to learn and adapt may be his most dangerous weapon. We need to bring him in as soon as possible. That's why you're all here. Win or lose, as long as he's still alive out there, he'll continue to learn and grow. And the more time that passes, the more violent he seems to get. The worst-case scenario we're trying to avoid is if he kills anyone in his way and has the strength to stand up to even our champions. Best Jeanist spoke up. To that end, you must have come up with a plan for us in case we run into this powerful child. Tsukauchi nodded. You will all be patrolling in teams of 2. We're creating conditions to give the devil extremely low chances of victory or escaping. Death Arms put his hand on the table. Hold up. All of us, plus police and other heroes patrolling the streets, is already enough. Now team-ups. This is a kid we're talking about. Tsukauchi nodded to Mori, who turned the projection to a video format. It was from the people in the alley the Green Devil cremated a villain, and from Teleki herself. The video was a brief, but enough to burn away any doubts the heroes had about this pint-sized threat. When backed against the wall, the Emerald Demon revealed his ruthless tenacity and will to survive. When provoked by Teleki, though it's unclear how, he burns hot enough to wipe away several pros. Most surprising, he was able to perfectly mimic Endeavor's flashfire fist. A child was able to do what a grown man had dedicated years of his life to mastering. It's actually a good thing Endeavor walked, otherwise he might have been so angry the room would be reduced to ash. Inferiority complex having egotist. That is what we are fighting. The reason we're all here today. All Might said as he finally joined the meeting. They all knew he was serious since he wasn't smiling. Hey, something's been nagging at me, Hawks said while raising his hand. So this kid has a super powerful quirk that, for all we know, can do anything. How is it we don't have it in our database? Good question, Hawks, Tsukauchi said. He could just simply be a late bloomer. It's also possible that he and his ability were kept hidden by someone else. Someone able to hide a super powerful kid from the world for 13 years. Who's good enough at hiding to pull that off? Tsukauchi turned the topic back to their mission. As I said, we're creating conditions so that the devil is disadvantaged. You'll all be patrolling in teams. Ingenium and Best Genist, a capture specialist and a speedster make a good combination. Mount Lady and Death Arms relying on their outrageous physical strength. Kamui Woods and Backdraft widespread capture range and the power to cool flames. Endeavor and Mirko bounced on her own since she didn't wanna be stuck with sidekicks. All Might and Hawk's unmatched speed and power. Looks like it's you and me, huh big guy. Hawk's carefree demeanor put the smile back on All Might's face, even if it was smaller than his usual one. I'm glad to have you by my side, Wing Hero. Tsukauchi clapped his hands together. All right, you've all been assigned your teams. Remember, if you encounter the devil, be quick and decisive. No dragging the fight out or dropping your guard. He has a knack for adapting. Understood, Kamui said next to Backdraft. That demon's going straight to hell. Death Arms proclaimed while punching his fist into his palm. A kid demon, Mount Lady pointed out to him. After the meeting, most of the heroes left to begin patrolling in their designated areas. Meanwhile, Tsukauchi and All Might stayed behind and talked. So, how are the kids taking this? Toshinori bristled at the question. This hasn't done anything to deter Katsuki's determination. In fact, he's putting even more effort into training. Izumi is too, but she's scared. She and her mother share the same quirk, and you saw what happened. Yeah, and the other one. Toshinori looked confused for a moment, before remembering. Yes, Melissa is actually more motivated to come to Japan with her support expertise. She's eager to outfit Katsuki and Izumi with her own impressive inventions. Tsukauchi nodded without looking at the symbol of peace. Right, David Shield's daughter. History repeats itself, huh? All Might debuted in America with David Shield as his go-to for equipment and costumes. Now he's picturing Izumi and Melissa as the next generation of that fond memory. So then, it seems he's made his decision about his successor. But there was something Tsukauchi was disturbed by. He didn't mention his missing son, but his quirkless niece who will move in next year. Toshinori, don't tell me. Their conversation was cut short by Hawks re-entering the room with that carefree smile of his. Ready to do this, number one. All Might's smile returned. Don't start without me, Hawks. Tsukauchi saw them go off. Even if you can't find the devil, gather any and all intel you can. Hawks threw a wave over his shoulder. You got it, boss man. The door closed. 5 seconds later, we've got a problem, boss man. Tsukauchi nearly jumped out of his skin. Damn it, Hawks. Our next case could be my death if you keep that up. And what problem? You haven't even left the building yet. Hawks looked out the window to the city. I think you know what I'm talking about. The big guy, Tsukauchi sighed. Look, I've got nothing but respect for All Might, but in his current state of mind, he could be more trouble than help in this. I mean, he wasn't even smiling when he walked in. Most of the general public can't imagine what that looks like. Tsukauchi put some coffee on the pot while listening to the young pro. Yeah, after what happened to Teleki, he'll likely be less than patient enough for this situation. Hawks put his fist under his chin in thought. Late bloomer. He had a quirkless son, didn't he? Missing. Allegedly kidnapped. Tsukauchi nodded. Hawks asked him to pull up the video memory from Teleki's encounter with the devil. He studied the green flame user more carefully this time. In the beginning, it looked like he was messing with Teleki, not taking her seriously. He seemed pretty talkative for a broody rebel. Though, that could just be disliking of heroes in general. The video continued until the end. That's definitely not something to ignore. Whatever Teleki said or did, it made him fight like a different person. Something just snapped. Something inside of him. Tsukauchi took a sip of his coffee. Too bad Teleki doesn't remember more details. She was so focused on him, it's like tunnel vision. Hawks pulled down his golden shades. This kid, You said he's not only strong but smart. He observes abilities, even mid-battle, and adapts to meet them, or copies them to get an edge. His fighting style could change at any point. He must have a library of notes, huh? Tsukauchi glared down at his mug. Real quick, what was Teleki's ex-husband's quirk? Fire breath, but nowhere near the level the Green Devil is on. Kids often show more potential than their parents had. Izumi Yagi is an example of that. One last thing I'm curious about, his motivation. What's he trying to achieve? What pushed him to be the Green Devil? Tsukauchi put down his mug. Don't tell All Might. He beckoned for the wing hero to follow him. He gave Hawks a file that was, until now, privy to his eyes only. Izuku Yagi, born quirkless. Missing within the same week the Green Devil appears. Parental quirks. Fire type and telekinesis. Hawk's speed read through the file. It was speculation with strong evidence to support it. He closed it and looked at Tsukauchi with an uncharacteristically serious expression. All Might and Teleki can't see this, not until we have solid proof. The two of them left the building. Izuku spent years of his life studying all kinds of heroes, villains and their quirks and fighting styles. He has encyclopedic knowledge on the subject, and pairing that with bitterness and a power we know little about, it could be seriously bad. Tsukauchi nodded. We'll stop him from falling even deeper. No matter what he's done, he's still a hurting child. Elsewhere. Isn't this a double-edged sword? You've become so strong, that now the heroes are mobilizing. Though perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. I wonder how the adoring public will react as their champions fail to bring down a lone vigilante, and in turn giving burgeoning villains inspiration to act. All Might being in the dark about Izuku's fate works in my favor. He'll swing mercilessly at his own son, feeding the fire that propels him. This will make quite a delectable show. The shadowed figure grinned hideously. You heroes have unknowingly doomed yourselves, and will only sharpen the blade that will end up in my grasp. It was a usual morning for Izuku no, the Green Devil. Started off by beating the scum of Musudafu's underbelly. This one had an interesting little detail, though. He found a clipboard with a list of orders for All for One. Who's that? A boss villain, no doubt. He would make sure not to forget that name. After walking out of the shipping harbor warehouse, semi-covered in blood, a tree branch seemingly attacked him. Halt! Villain! Kamui Woods appeared, wrapping his branch arm around the young vigilante. Izuku was about to burn through, but was stopped by a heavy blast of water knocking him off his feet. Your reign of terror is over. Backdraft yelled, having an infinite supply of water to counter the boy. The devil stood back up, steam erupting off of him. Heroes! He growled in annoyance. Kamui Woods and Backdraft. The Arbor hero stretched his arm to wrap around Izuku's torso and other arm. Enough is enough, boy. Stand down, Kamui said while the Hydro hero aimed his super soakers at the captured menace. You can't beat two heroes. Give it up. Izuku analyzed the situation at hand. Kamui Woods has wide-range capture moves, but Wood is a terrible match for fire. That's why Backdraft is here, to keep me from burning him. Not a bad matchup. Suddenly, flames emitted from Izuku's feet. But unwise nonetheless. He blasted off the ground with the speed and force they would have expected from Endeavor or Mirko. Kamui had the foresight to dig his feet into the concrete. He kept his hold while Backdraft got to work cooling the jets lit under his feet. An incredibly large wave of steam erupted. However, he's not losing any strength. The water should be extinguishing his heat, Kamui thought. Eventually, the steam wave was gone but the flames were still there. He switched to cold flames that only go out when he chooses. Over his shoulder, he gave the heroes a glare of dismissal. Suddenly, his flames picked up in strength, and he pulled away from Kamui even harder. No you don't. The Arbor resorted to both arms, and pulled the green flame user back to him. That was a mistake. The bone-chilling flames were poured directly onto him, making his hold begin to loosen. Damn it. Izuku looked at the ground where Backdraft pointed his super soakers to the ground and used a heavy blast of water to propel himself up to the Green Devil's height. He readied his quirk to unleash a tsunami wave on the boy. You idiot. Aarrgghhh. Kamui Woods yelled in pain before Backdraft could attack. Both looked down to see a wave of green fire engulf the arbor hero, burning his upper half. It didn't come from the devil's feet, it was a new fire that came from the ground where he blasted off of. They ignored the lingering fire on the pavement, and focused on him so much they were open to anything. The arbor hero fell to the ground, charred and beaten. Kamui, no, Backdraft cried out. The green devil burned his way out of the wood coiled around him. He controlled it enough that Kamui Woods' arms became completely black and fell to pieces. Why you monster! Backdraft yelled with shaky legs and voice. He was clearly afraid. The green devil calmly hovered down. Don't worry, they'll grow back. Backdraft held out his arms and blasted the emerald demon, who crossed his arms to block and engulfed himself in fire. The biggest wave of steam yet took form around them. I'm tired of this, Izuku thought as he slowly began walking towards the Hydro hero. Backdraft was horrified by what he was seeing. He was giving it his all to quell this heat, yet the green inferno continued getting closer to him. No, this can't be. Through the violent hissing of evaporating water, Izuku was close enough that his opponent could hear him. Your water could be enough to put out Endeavor's fire, but my flames are much more resilient than his. Next time, try using ice. That was the last thing Backdraft heard before a flaming fist struck his stomach and blew him back a few meters. Mount Lady and Death Arms. The green devil was hovering in the dim alleys of Musudafu near a station. It was midday and he hadn't encountered much. Normally at this time, he would be in his civilian alter ego, Zu, but he wasn't quite ready to wear that mask. He needed to clear his mind before wearing the mask that reminded him of the girls he met who were kind to him. Including Rei, who got hurt because she was looking for him. Need a hanky. Izuku's head jerked to the side where he saw the pro hero, Death Arms, standing on the balcony of an apartment. He stood with a cocky smirk and fists pulled back. In an instant, Izuku put some distance between them, heading straight to the alley's exit. Weird place for him to patrol. It was the same with Backdraft and Kamui Woods. These heroes. When he saw the light at the end of the tunnel, it was obstructed by a creamy and purple suit hugging a voluptuous figure. Damn, of course you're here. The green devil didn't even bother to change direction, letting the titanic heroine push him to the ground and hold him down under her giant palm. Sorry, kiddo, but your joyride's over, she said. The impact didn't hurt Izuku in the slightest. He wrapped himself in dense cold fire that cushioned the blow, and was now standing up to push Mount Lady off of him. He slipped through her fingers and was met with a fist to his gut. You got here quick, he thought as he went flying, feeling no pain or danger whatsoever. Death Arms pinned the green devil to the ground and began punching him into the pavement. The green flame user had his arms crossed to block the attacks. Nearby citizens were watching and cheering as the pro beat the murderer into the ground. Mount Lady, not so much. Hey, take it easy. Are you trying to kill him? Death Arms continued swinging until the pavement beneath them cracked. He's tough enough to take it. Aren't you, ya bastard? He continued punching. Eventually, he got the arms out of the way and was relentlessly striking his stomach and chest. This continued for several minutes until the pro broke in actual sweat. How'd y'all like that, punk? Death Arms felt assured of himself. Even if the boy wasn't unconscious, he would be too damaged to even move. So you can imagine the shock when he stood up out of the rubble without so much as a stumble. He just casually picked himself up and wiped off the dirt. Death Arms, and everyone around went slack-jawed at the green devil's lack of apparent injury. The muscular hero backed up slightly. The green devil spoke in a cold tone. Not bad, you might have even bruised me. The now angered pro clenched his fists at his sides. Why you little? He stopped when the devil suddenly appeared directly in front of him. He closed the gap in an instant with a hot fist cocked back. Before Death Arms could register it, a searing hot punch struck his chin followed by a heatwave that propelled him sky high. Goo! The pro groaned as his mouth bled and his chin smoked. He was launched high enough that Mount Lady was able to catch him. On the ground, the people were looking at the scene in horror. The green devil completely shrugged off punches strong enough to break concrete and sent Death Arms flying with one punch. But Izuku didn't care about them. He had his sights on the muscle-bound hero. How obnoxious. Only a bully tries to solve his problems with brute force. he thought as he flew up to a rooftop on equal height as the pros. Death Arms was very clearly enraged, veins popping and sweat rolling down his head as he glared at the Emerald Demon. And like any bully, you're far easier to tear down than you think. Mount Lady tried whispering words to calm her coworker down, but it was overshadowed by two simple words from the Green Devil. I'm bored, he said as he turned his back to them. Death Arms snapped. What did you just say, you heartless little shit? In spite of his rageful outburst, the Green Devil just turned his back to him and slowly walked. I said I'm bored. You're boring me. That was the last straw. Death Arms leapt from Mount Lady's hands and was poised to crush the devil. How sad. Izuku just put his hand behind his head and unleashed a torrent of green heat. Death Arms was entirely engulfed and landed on the ground in a smoking heap. When he would regain consciousness, he would have to live with the fact that he wasn't taken seriously for even a moment by a vigilante child. That just left Mount Lady to deal with. She tried to grab him, but she couldn't hold on without getting burned. As she blew her smoking palms, Izuku looked at her with pain in his flaming eyes. Takayama, forgive me. He ignited his right arm and thrust it forward. A massive arm of moderately hot flames emerged and grabbed Mount Lady's face. The mountainous hero was caught off guard and was pushed to the ground in a surprisingly quick motion. The ground below shook with a small tremor, and the back of her head was now bleeding. When the blonde gathered her bearings, the boy was nowhere to be seen. That sure felt familiar. Kyoka Jiro, not what you think. The Green Devil stood above the rooftops of Musutafu, bathed in the orange light of the setting sun. He went to a district that wasn't too crowded. No police, no heroes, just the public going about their business. Just as I thought, the heroes are laser focused on me, to the point they neglect areas I haven't been seen or very active in. That leaves the public to fend for themselves while they're getting their butts handed to them. Right as he finished his thought, he noticed a young teenage girl trying to get rid of some punk her age. He was flexing, showing off his quirk to her, while she couldn't care less. His quirk that covered his arms in stone. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he realized that was one of his ex-classmates from Aldera. And that girl with purple hair and ox-cord earlobes. Kyoka. He was suddenly overcome with a blinding desire to kill the blockhead currently harassing the Perplet. He moved in close enough to hear them while staying out of sight, and made a fire blade out of his right arm. Come on, babe, with a quirk as tough as mine, I could keep your delicate self safe. Kyoka just glared heartlessly at him. How are you gonna protect anything with such a fragile-looking power? The blockhead became aggravated at that. What did you say? My quirk's top tier compared to your freaky ears. Why don't we test that? The girl's ear jacks shot straight at the boy's stone-covered arms and sent heavy vibrations into them, shattering the rock and rendering his arms limp. The ox-cord girl flipped him off before walking away. Like I said, fragile. While the idiot was lying broken on the floor, the green-haired spectator from above had a wide grin on his face. He watched the once bullied girl he saved walk away confidently. At least I don't have to worry about her. As he was prepared to leave, he catches suspicious movement in the corner of his eye. A grown man checking his surroundings before disappearing into the darkness of an alley. He followed, and saw he was contacted by someone. Extending his hand, Izuku discharged small green embers to hover around the man, close enough to hear both ends of the call himself from a distance. How are the heroes doing? Just like you said, Demon Lord. So focused on the Green Devil, we can get away with pretty much anything. The agent responded. Demon Lord, sounds like a self-absorbed boss villain. Izuku thought. Easy now, depending on how things go, that could change dramatically. I take it the preparations are going according to plan. Yes sir, in just 1 month, it'll be ready for its first test drive. On the other side, the Demon Lord had a wicked grin. Excellent, and I'd just like to say, thank you. The agent smiled proudly. It's been my pleasure to serve you, all for. For being such a good martyr. As the villain leader finished speaking and hung up, the agent felt a chill running down his spine. No, he dropped his phone and looked around himself. Green embers. No, he wouldn't. From above, a ball of green fire approached at alarming speeds. Not like this. The desperate man raised his hands and emitted golden sparks of electricity, but they were useless against the boy's protective flames. The force of the attack carried through the man's body, and he fell to the ground unconscious. The Green Devil picked up the man's phone and scrolled through the contacts. No incriminating contact IDs. Then he went to the call history and dialed the number. It was no longer in use. This villain covers his tracks, but he did leave one thing behind: his agent, which the police could interrogate. Izuku lit the alley in green flames, which someone would surely notice and call the police. As he fled the scene, something nagged at the boy. That was definitely All for One, the Demon Lord. If he can have a gang of criminals at his beck and call, he's definitely not someone to take lightly. Did he secure those drugs that Blade Villain used? And what's he plotting in a month? The more he thought, the less sense it made for him to know all this so easily. This guy likes to operate in the shadows a safe distance away. He knows how to cover his tracks. He knew I was listening. He wanted me to listen, and what's going down in a month's time? All for One, what are you plotting? Ingenium and Best Jeanist. It's been 1 week since the incident with that agent, and learning about All for One's plot, one of them at least. But still, Izuku's in the dark about so much. That leaves at least another 3 weeks before his plan gets off the ground. Where is the Demon Lord hiding? What does he want with the Green Devil? How long has he been watching? How much does he know? These questions keep the young vigilante on edge, and he's even less willing to show mercy on villains and criminals because of it. His thoughts were interrupted by his clothing suddenly becoming unbearably tight, to the point of immobilizing him. He found it nearly impossible to move without tearing his clothes. Best Jeanist. While he couldn't move his body, he could still emit the flames keeping him airborne. Suddenly, Izuku sensed something hot and fast coming his way. He felt it was about to strike him, and tried to protect himself in his flames. He felt a powerful blow on the back of his head, and the heat of a radiator briefly contacting his quirk. Ingenium. The blow was enough to send him crashing into the ground. He could only jerk his now bleeding head to glare at the Fiber Hero and Turbo Hero. Apologies for the rough methods, but even if you were a child, we can't let you continue tearing everything around you apart. Best Jeanist said, looking fairly strained. It's over, no more running. Ingenium said. Izuku just growled and tried to ignite his quirk, but Best Jeanist tightened his hold on him, to the point he couldn't breathe. Resistance is futile. You may be a match for the local heroes, but we're highly regarded for a reason. The Green Devil didn't say a word, and put out the flames surrounding him. That's better. Ingenium moved to grab the captured vigilante, but he suddenly keeled over, feeling an intense pain in his engine calves. And smoke coming out of them. Ingenium, what's the matter? Best Jeanist's attention was split, and he loosened the bindings on the Green Devil. Quickly igniting his right arm in fire hot enough to incinerate his sleeve, he blasted the ground beneath him and launched off it. Not so fast. Blackout bind. The intact fabric on Izuku's body tightened around him again, especially around his neck. He couldn't move or breathe, but this time his arm was free. He raised it high with the flames surrounding it burning hotter and brighter. Flashfire fist. Hellspider. Flaming tendrils the size of the Green Devil's arm were released from his fingers. Best Jeanist looked in awe of the boy's display before doing his best to evade. That's Endeavor's move, but on a larger scale. Best Jeanist had to limit his movements to keep his hold on the demon child while avoiding being burned alive, but Ingenium couldn't even get off the ground. Izuku sent a fire tendril to the downed speedster, whom Jeanist had to quickly move out of the way. That gave Izuku the window he was looking for, and both upper pros were engulfed in hot flames. The viridescent inferno that scorched their skin was the last thing they saw before their target disappeared. Central Hospital. I have no words, Tsukauchi said. Most of the heroes in this operation were on medical beds with their severe burns being treated. Best Jeanist, Ingenium, Death Arms, Backdraft, Kamui Woods and Mount Lady, whose hands and part of her face were burned and beaten by the demon child. The only ones left were All Might and Hawks. And to make matters worse, the Green Devil's friend has given them even more reason to be frightened. After looking through the man's memories, they saw brief flashes of a warehouse, test tubes, beakers, and green fire. They would have seen much more if the man weren't so adamant on not revealing anything. Even after betraying his pawns, All for One still commands such loyalty. Several heroes defeated, reason to suspect All for One is back in action, and the public losing faith in heroes. All of this brought about by one child. We need to bring him in, not just for the public's peace of mind, but everyone's good, him included. If that monster were to gain control of his quirk, I don't like our odds. Tsukauchi said at his desk. Hawks was with him. He looked to be distant. All Might and I split up on patrol. We have communicators you can track and alert us if the other finds something. Tsukauchi looked at the young pro, wondering where he was going with this. Cut us off. You can track us, but no alerts. I'll handle the Green Devil myself. Tsukauchi looked at him as if he'd gone insane. What? Question mark. How the hell are you going to do that? Against an opponent who can burn your feathers, fighting him alone plays in his favor. Hawks just rested his hands behind his head casually. Yeah, and he probably knows that, too. I'd be screwed in a fight. This carefree attitude did not help ease Tsukauchi. The kid's fast, has sharp eyes and reflexes, and after fighting all these heroes, he must have leveled up pretty considerably from the guy who almost killed Teleki. Before Tsukauchi could genuinely ask if Hawks had gone suicidal, the wing hero looked at him seriously. But this is better than having All Might with me. In fact, that's the scenario I want to avoid. Tsukauchi sighed. I think I'm starting to get where you're coming from. All Might may not be concerned with peaceful methods. Not very fitting for someone called the symbol of peace. Hawks finished for him. But that's one of the reasons I put you two together. You can rein him in if he loses himself to rage. Hawks smirked at the detective. Yeah, and as fun as it's been being the #1 hero's animal companion, I've got a better plan in mind. Well, an idea. Okay, a gamble. The kid is nowhere near All Might's level. Let's keep it that way. Hawks. The Green Devil stood triumphantly in the middle of an almost empty 4-lane road. The only vehicle was a flaming car down the road with unconscious thugs next to it. Suddenly, he had to roll out of the way of incoming projectiles aimed at his place on the ground. Displaying his agility, he back-flipped into the air. He lowered his head, ducking an incoming red and yellow blur that landed on the ground. Hey yo, Hawks called from below him, 2 large feather blades in hand. The #3 hero. He ignited their surroundings in a ring of green fire. Hawks didn't feel the temperature rise. He can go from cold to hot as easily as flipping a switch. He must know I'm in a bad spot, and this is insurance. The wing hero looked up at the vigilante youth, flames alight in his hands. He pointed his blades at the boy, beckoning him to come at him. And the Green Devil did just that. He propelled himself toward the wing hero, ready to have fried chicken for dinner. He unleashed a strong wave of heat from his left hand, which Hawks dodged. He went to my right side. Why not above the flames and attack from my blind spot? Regardless, Izuku took a shot at his right. Hawks was quick enough to dodge again. He could have used the flames already behind me to hold me down. The two young men were analyzing each other, and came to a conclusion. He's holding back, studying me. But here is where they differed. He must have heard from his friends how dangerous I am. So why bother with this when it'd be easier to just take me down? Izuku wondered. Meanwhile, Hawks was beside a roaring forest green blaze, ready to put his plan into action. Get ready for this. The Green Devil charged straight at him, bladed arm ready. And Hawks threw his feather blades into the fire. He also sent a large amount of feathers, reducing his wings to just under half the size of them full grown. Izuku stopped in confusion. Hawks was already at a disadvantage, but now he's completely thrown the match. Why? Do you have a death wish? He simply asked. Hawks just chuckled carelessly. Nah, but I would if I was planning to fight you. The wing hero kicked his right foot over the left and put his hands behind his head. He couldn't look more laid back. Fire and cramped spaces don't really work for me, and this flaming bird cage you made would make fighting you hell. You're a bright kid, you must know the ins and outs of my quirk. The Green Devil gauged Hawks carefully, reading his thermal energy to detect his emotional state. He's not exactly calm, but not buying time for anything. He wants to talk. Against his better judgment, Izuku let his hand blade diminish. Fierce wings, he began. Your feathers are tough, yet supple. You control each one, and pick up vibrations through them from a long distance. You have peerless speed and movement, but weakness to fire and power types. Categories I fall into. The wing hero clapped his hands. Top marks, kid, you're up next. He ignited his fist in a large ball of fire. I mean, don't you think it's fair? You know all the important stuff about my quirk, can't I know a little about yours? The boy was silent and in a position to attack. Hawks sighed and pulled out his earpiece and chucked into the fire. No one's listening, I'm not expecting any backup, and I'm in no position or mood to fight you. Just a friendly chat. Izuku strained his senses to pick up even a hint of deceit from the young pro. Nothing. He was being completely honest. It frankly made Izuku almost want to talk. No matter how bitter and angry he may be, he still never had someone offer to talk quirks with him. Hawks knew he was making progress when the flames surrounding them became slightly weaker. Psycho flames, he began. That's what I call it. They're flames that react to my emotional state. When I'm angry, they burn with intensity. But when I'm calm, he held out his hand and blasted Hawks, who put up his arms to block, but felt no heat, despite being on fire. My flames are cold, and cause my enemies anxiety and fear to spike dramatically. With focus, I can control the temp regardless of what I'm feeling. Hawks patted down his sleeves. It's cold, but I don't feel afraid. Cautious, yeah, but not trembling like those criminals he's fought. So does that mean he doesn't see me as an enemy? Neat, but there's a lot more to it than that, huh? Like, how can you negate telekinesis? Izuku clenched his fist, and Hawks felt a small increase in the temperature. My quirk has a lot of facets, I'm still figuring it out myself. One of them is pyrokinesis. He demonstrated by throwing a ball of fire in the air and spinning it around. Whether it's my own fire or another's, I can control it with my mind, hence the term, psycho, in my power's name. Hawks had a quizzical look. He has telekinetic properties in his fire, that must have clashed against Teleki and caused the waves to cancel each other out. I also have sensory enhancements. Izuku broke him out of his thoughts. I can sense the heat of anything, give myself thermal vision and detect a person's emotional state by sensing their body temperature. Which is the only reason I've been talking to you this long. I can also see and hear through the fires of lit, which I guess makes us alike. The boy was surprised to find himself growing closer to the bird. Holy crap, man, what can't you do? Izuku looked down at the ground, and his flames weakened slightly. Go back to who I was. Hawks' smile was wiped clean off. Here it comes, the vulnerability. It'll only get tougher from here. Yeah, you've done some pretty messed up shit. You may be right, maybe you can't go back to your old life. The wing hero then took a step toward the vigilante. But who says you can't make something better? Izuku looked up at him in surprise, the fire in his hand snuffing out. I'm going off my gut here, but for a stone-cold murderer, as the public are calling you, you've been a pretty calm guy to talk to. You didn't choose this path, you were pushed in a different direction. Am I right? The boy didn't answer. He didn't need to. The weakening fire covering his eyes was answer enough. Hawks took another step closer, and the boy stayed motionless. Why? He finally asked in a shaky voice. He sounded fragile, like he wanted to cry. Why are you going this far? You could just arrest me and be done with it. Hawks brushed a bang out of his forehead. Yeah, that would be easier. But easy and beneficial aren't the same thing. You may not be a huge fan of us, but heroes do more than just hand out punishments. The flames on Izuku's eyes were extinguished, and the hair over his forehead flopped down into messy, dark green curls. That hasn't been my experience. His voice was choked, strangled, trying to hold something back. Hawks took 3 more steps to the boy, ready to extend his hand. I knew it. Despite everything that you've done, you're just a kid who feels scared and alone. I'm sorry, but there's no getting around it. You still took lives, both good and bad. Atone for your sins. Once you do that, Hawks paused and extended a helping hand to the boy. I'm more than happy to help you build a better life. Izuku was speechless as he stared at the hand in front of him, and the man offering it. He was already dead set on walking the path of a ruthless vigilante, believing no one would help him. But looking back on it, Was he really ready to live his life in blood? It sounded better than going back to having his blood be spilled, but he didn't dare entertain the notion of something better. A single tear fell down his cheek and onto the flames covering his mouth, which slowly began to fade away too. Hawks could make out freckles and a scar. Izuku let his hand rise up to meet Hawk's. This path of atonement, he'd surely have to face his past. His family and friends, abusers and deserters, but if that's what it would take. Hey, how long have we been talking? Izuku suddenly asked, confusing Hawks. Couple minutes or so. The boy quickly clad himself in green flames again, hiding his face much to Hawk's dismay. And how long has there been a giant ring of fire in the middle of the street? Before Hawks could answer that, he launched sky high by a cold pillar of flames. No wait, the bird yelled as he was blown out of the fire ring. Once he was out, the flames grew taller and burned with intensity. Damn it, what the hell, I thought I was getting through to him. He knows I was sincere from start to finish, so why? What could make him? No, please no. On the ground, the green devil had tears in his eyes, but they turned to steam in an instant. I'm sorry, but this is for your own good. You don't have enough feathers to play support. From my embers rising in the sky, I had a bird's eye view of the area. He is here. He dug his heel into the pavement, causing a volcanic eruption where he stood. The torn-up pieces of road were carried by his flames into a dense shield for the boy, but it only survived one hit with the red and blue blur that collided with it. Hawks could do nothing but watch helplessly from above as the scenario he wanted to avoid became reality. Another could only watch with glee, happy that All Might was always so punctual when delivering his brand of justice. That was such a touching moment. Takami, I think I feel a single tear forming. Sadly, Izuku needs to be volatile if he is to truly make something better of himself. The green devil slid back, his arms throbbing in pain as the cushioned force still managed to damage him. He glared at the hulking mass of justice in all his glory. At last, we meet, his booming voice said as the dust settled. Green Devil, All Might finished without any trace of a smile. The green devil glared back with hatred. All Might. And grief. Dad. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.